So now with the remaining time, if you are still having questions, you can post so I can clarify and share with you my experience. For the past 2 days, for more or less, you know about the effect as well as the condition of the earth. As I know from the deities, in parallel to that, the scientists around the world has researched and sent warning all over the world. So this is the chance for us to learn to do it in the nearest, to prepare to meet the demands. So with everything that on earth they need, we are able to help. In summary, in your country, it is more priority. If you have the condition, then perhaps you can contribute to help the neighboring country. At the present time, as you can see, the global condition for the whole world, as the billionaires, the scientists, the world leaders all over the world, they are worried about the critical situation of Earth at the present time. We do not know when it may happen. As you can see, for the past 2 days, in the case of one of a large lake in Chile, in only 24 hours, all the water was drained and it's dried. So if unfortunately any continent or any ocean suddenly disappear, then due to the geographic change, they form more land, that will be a great change on Earth. We have to prepare ourselves for this. As I'm teaching you, that is God who gave us this ability, so you are able to contribute in many situations in the nearest, for the past levels, and in the nearest in this year. The important point, that is the necessity of the people on earth, which is water, electricity, and health. For health, hopefully we are able to contribute to help all of the people through the way that we are able to merge collectively after you graduate the level 20. In the case of electricity, even though the antenna model, we don't see any effect yet, but next week I will experiment by using the system of telecommunication with the satellite. They need to use the satellite to be able to have better reception or to apply in using computer. After I place the antennas in Australia and in Vietnam, so next week I will have more or less a month before the level 20. So with my free time, I will experiment more on the application with the television through the big antenna. That is a way we are able to prepare ourselves for electricity, for water, as you are storing the water, or you have a way of transfer energy to dirty water because you have all the formula to neutralize the toxic in the water. You are able to help ourselves and you can help other people. For water, you don't have to worry, with the condition that you need to prepare. With everything you learn, you can apply the technique. Additionally, you try your best to apply by mixing the UV garlic water to prepare. That is very important for us now and also in the future when it is needed. With the air contamination, the water is polluted. Other people, if they are not like us, they are weaker. So with that UV garlic water, when it is needed, with the case of contaminated water, that thousands of people or millions of people are afflicted, then you would be able to use the UV garlic water to help these people in the case of the toxic that may cause a stomach problem that they may die. So I have prepared for you in case of water, UV garlic water, electricity, all of this condition that is for us to prepare ourselves. In the past few days, as well as before organizing this level 16, 17, 18, a number of you who sent email to me, as I explained to you, in the case that you want to buy the big antenna to place in your country. Just like you know, you are able to contact Miss Kim in Australia here. And afterwards, after the 4 big antennas, first placed in Australia, and the remaining 3 was sent to Vietnam, and they are making more. If it is needed, you can place order first. After you contact Miss Kim and you have completed all of the payment transaction, then she would send to you. So depending if you order first, then you receive it first. To place order here, you have to send in the payment first. If you order and you don't have the payment, then that will not be sent to you. So you complete the payment, then she can send to you. It doesn't mean that you order, because when it is needed, if you wish, then you have to order and pay, and then she can send to you. If it is needed, but you did not pay, then you have to wait. So I'm very practical. It doesn't mean that you send in your order by email and you wait for 3 months. It's not, or by next year you don't have it because you don't pay yet. So I explained clearly for you. So perhaps you can contact directly to Miss Kim. So now, with the remaining hours, today is the last day of the level 18. I hope that for the past few days, as you learn, you apply the level 16, 17. Starting from today, after the completion of the level 18, when you go home, you still apply the technique of level 16 and 17 until the 1st of July 2007. Then you can officially apply the technique of level 18. So starting from now and for next week, never pray to my soul to merge with you, or you merge with others. It will be not effective. You cannot do it. Sometimes you really rush, you want to do it, and you want to merge with others. You and your soul, you can merge with my soul. It is so easy. There's no problem. I accept you to do that. But your soul to merge to another soul, then it would have problem to you, a problem to your practice and to your body. So you do not rush. You just do it right now, a step at a time, to apply the technique of level 16, 17 until the 1st of July. Then you can do the technique of level 18. Now, I'll let you continue on to ask questions. So now, it is time for Germany. So Ralph, Germany, you have the question.
Good morning to everybody. So we have a question from a Vietnamese student. So first he will directly speak in Vietnamese.
Yeah. This is a question from the Vietnamese student in Germany. First of all, he would like to greet Master and Teresa and all the students here, and also send a prayer to God to give the Master the blessing and all of us the blessing, and we have a chance to continue on to level 19 and 20. Now, lately, especially in this class, he expressed that it seemed like in his head it is so empty. But before he forget, he would like to have one request. In Germany, as we see right here, there are many elderly people at the 80s, and they wish that for the level 19 and level 20, that Master would give permission for Germany to have a connection or a chance to organize a level 19 and level 20, so these people can have a chance to learn. So now, his question. His question is, after this class, as the Master explained, we will have a new soul that come to us. Now, for him, as he explained, in his body, he's a slow learner, and he often say to Master that he is the dumbest student in UE, very slow learner. Now, let's say if a higher soul that come to him, the former soul had been with him for 51 years, has been familiar with his slow learning and his stupidity. Now, let's say if the new soul come in and is not able to adapt to his slow learning, it would be just like we have a football team and two players, they are not playing together, so that way they are not able to pass the ball correctly, and the team would lose. So let's say in the case the new soul come to us, and if they are not working together with our body, can we ask the Master and ask God for the old soul to come back to us? Can we do that? Secondly, he wants to share with Master about the case of healing. He has a grandson, and after birth, just 2 days after birth, due to one of the case of epilepsy, so the doctor had taken a brain scan, and it revealed there is a blood clot in the brain. So he really loved the grandson because of the appearance looks almost like him also. So that's why he really loved the grandson. So he asked the doctor, instead of 3 days to have a surgery, just to wait for 4 weeks. That way he's just want to make sure so that he has 21 days of constantly healing the child. So each day he applied the technique, and he applied the technique master had taught to convince the soul of the cell inside the child. And as he talked, he hold the child and talk to the soul of the cell. Now, if you guys are stubborn and if you don't help the child, after the surgery, they will take out the blood clot and the cell and they throw you away, and it is a waste that you would not be able to evolve. So it is better for you guys to help my grandson so that his health, he can recover, and as he can recover in his body, you would be able to have a chance to evolve faster. Now, after several weeks, the doctor took the baby in and do the brain scan again, and then the doctor who is responsible for the baby showed him the film. Now, he's working only in the restaurant business. He doesn't know much about the medical knowledge. But however, the doctor explained that the blood clots completely disappear. And now the child is growing healthy and intelligent. He just shared that one experience in any critical situation. Do not fear, because we always have the master with us. And one of the friend in here would like to also ask, when he meditate, he saw a black Buddha. Instead of the normal Buddha that we have seen, he saw a black Buddha, and he thought that maybe that Buddha is from Africa, so he would like to ask the master about that phenomenon. Dạ sư thông và thưa thầy. Through this question and the presentation of this Vietnamese student who learned in Germany, I want to share with you in general. I also plan that after the level 20, I will have 3 connections with the main line in Australia, and one in Holland, the other in Thailand. After that, in August, I plan for all of the countries in South America, so they have a chance to learn the level 19. For that reason, the level 19 for South America, because of the time zone difference. In Europe, I see only in Portugal that they agree to have the because of the difference of the time zone, so they have to try because they learn at a very late hour at night. That is in the future at the level 19. So for that request, I have to see at the moment after I teach the level 20, and I'll try to make the arrangement. That is the level 19. For the level 20 in the future, I plan after the level 19 for South America, I plan for a time I would announce to you 45 days ahead of time or 60 days ahead of time for the program of the next level 20. Now I cannot make any arrangement yet. After the level 19 in South America, then I might make a decision. That is my decision for you. I will try my best to help you, so you don't have to travel far to learn, less cost for you, so you're able to learn. So I will make consideration, and I will let you know later. Now I explain for you in general. Today is the last day of the level 18. Your soul in level 18, you go through the change. Your soul has changed 18 times already. Not this is the first time. Each time when you change a level, your soul has changed. Through your journey after 18 levels, you have changed 18 times with the 18 soul already. And each time when your soul changed, your soul has already merged to another people already. So how can you pray for that soul to return? You cannot. So when the deities know you have the ability to send your soul, the high soul, so you are able to guide, to help your body. And when your soul is high, then for those who are responsible, meaning those from the chakra 3 up to chakra 5, they are protecting your body in any situation. Additionally, when you come to level 18, your soul is high, you're always close to you, always my soul is close to you to help you in any situation if you need me. Beside the fact that the soul from the chakra 3 up to chakra 5, that the deity who sent to you to protect your physical body, to keep your body, so you are able to carry out, to help other people. There are so many situations that after you recognize some of this condition, then you know beside the high soul that God sent down, God also sent those who are responsible to protect your physical body, to help you so you don't have any accident, to help you. You can overcome all the difficulties that may cause you to feel discouraged, and some of you that you give up and you abandon the path. I have pity for you. So if you know, then try your best to carry out your mission, to prove a certain thing that in your case you love your grandson and you dare to sacrifice and hold the surgery, and you accept in the case that if the child died, then that is to express your faith. In that way, you are able to heal your grandchild, and your grandchild is growing healthy and intelligent. From a medical perspective, the child had to go through a surgery and perhaps will be handicapped, or could be in a coma, or could be a trauma, a severe problem. If the blood clot is expanding, growing, that would cause some problem with the nerve in the cell. That might cause a lot of problem, or the health complication. But due to your love to your grandson, you accept and you pray. As you learn in the level 16, you know how to apply to control the soul of the cell. And in other way, as you are praying and everything is peaceful for you, that is a truthful way that due to your true love to what your grandson you are able to achieve to help your family. This is not the first time. There are so many cases after my 18 years of teaching, from a student, a lowest student, as well as the highest student. There are so many cases that we had a chance to contribute to help our own family and other strangers, as well as those who are sick, that they are able to recover their health. These are the points that through the presentation of this student, it's not just this one student, but more or less 500 of you in here, more or less, you have faced difficulty and you are able to solve in order to help people. Just like your question as you ask, as your friends who learn in higher levels, or your friends learning a lower level than you, but they are still applying the technique of UE according to their own level to contribute to help in many situations that people can overcome their problem. And now, as you can see, perhaps you hear that yesterday I explained about the Buddha in India, and in Vietnam they draw the Buddha with the yellow skin, and Japanese always have the short Buddha. So it symbolize the Japanese can become a Buddha. So the high or the short or the yellow or the black skin. In fact, India, his skin is dark. As Prince Siddhartha, even though if he's from Bombay, his skin may be a little lighter. His skin always black. In India, the real Indian, it is very rare that they have a lighter skin. But if you think that is a Buddha, whether no matter what is the color of the skin or the race, but that is a way of expressing your faith. It symbolizes a soul, as you are able to see the soul of the Buddha, the appearance. No matter how they express it, is different in every way. Nobody can really have an exact description of the Buddha. But if you believe, through your belief, it is not the appearance that is important, but the energy of the Buddha who revealed to you so you can see and you know. That is how I explain for you, so you can understand. When you meditate and you think that is the Buddha or the Christ or the saints, those are the souls, the energy of this being to reveal to you. Now go on, next question. Holland?
Nederlands, Engels. Oké, graag luid.
Hallo meester.
Hallo master. I am greeting you on behalf of my sister and my mother who have completed level 5 and 6. And I have 3 questions. The first question is, sometimes there are sometimes there are parties where I like to go to, and when I'm dancing there, sometimes I feel a very strong and high energy in myself, through which I come in a kind of ecstasy. I wonder if I can do something for people in this state of mind. Another question is, that question is already answered by the master. Another question, what is the importance from living in a natural way, with respect for nature, eating biological food? What is the importance of this for the spiritual development of mankind, or for man? Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Master.
Now, as you know, each person, they have their own mission. Each person, they have their own ability. Sometimes when you go into a party from a mentality of people, they have the high feeling of ecstasy. That is a way your soul is reminding you to help others through the way of energy transfer, to avoid the case of toxic or substance that may cause some problem to them with the food and the nutrients. It is not that the ecstasy your soul is reminding you to share the light of joy to others. As you remember, as you do that, then you receive the blessing of God. You are not able to help them, but you can transfer energy to them. They can benefit from that. In the future, it is not this student, but all of you, regardless of any party that you go to, before you come there, you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to that party. So you are not just helping out yourself, but you are also helping all of these people in this party or clubs as you are there. That is how you can send a seed of love to these people, to protect these people. If unfortunately the air or the food is poisoned there, you are able to neutralize. If it happened, then you are able to minimize the damage. So listen carefully on that as I share with you. In the case, as you know, living with nature, eating bio-food without chemicals, you are only just helping your body. It doesn't help anything on your spiritual path. The spiritual path meaning you have to do it, to act with the ability that the deities have given to you. You share to others to bring the light of joy to others. That is how you can develop on your spiritual path. It doesn't mean that you go out to live with nature and eat organic food. That is only to help your physical body only. However, if you will live with nature, for example, you go to a farm that you live, a small number of you live together, and you live there, and you meditate, and you practice, and then you send energy here or there. That is one way you are able to help yourself to develop through your practice and help you to understand further about the deities through your practice, through your meditation. But the food doesn't help you much on the spiritual path. Only to maintain the health of your body, and that is all. I explained for you clearly on that point. Now, next question.
Goedemiddag, meester.
Good afternoon, Master.
Dank u wel.
Thank you for this inspiring seminar.
En dank u wel dat ik hier mag zijn.
And thank you that I am allowed to be here.
In de technieken van niveau 18
in the summary of techniques of level 18,
legt u uit dat we tijdens
you explain that during the practice
om het lichaam
to transform the body into energy,
naar een gebied kunnen gaan
we can go to a certain region
waar een catastrofe plaatsvindt
where there is a catastrophe
om te helpen.
to help.
Wilt u alstublieft
Can you please
meer uitleggen
explain more
over de wijze waarop
about the way
we kunnen versmelten met het fysieke lichaam om te helpen?
that we can merge with the physical bodies to help the people there?
Dan heb ik nog een vraag over de
Then
ademhaling.
I have another question about the breathing exercise
Genoemd in niveau 17.
that you mentioned in level 17.
Als je moe bent,
When you are tired,
10 keer in door de neus.
that you can inhale to the nose and exhale to the mouth 10 times.
Mogen dat naar niveau 18 ook nog
Can we still practice this after the level 18?
Dat waren de vragen.
Those are my questions.
Dank u wel. Ik in iedere cursus vragen.
Thank you, Master, that I was able to ask questions in every seminar that I attended. Thank you, Master.
Now you listen carefully about the technique. As you can transform into energy, your body transform into energy in order to help people. At the present time in the level 18, as you are learning, but on the 1st of July, you can apply the technique to merge, as you are able to merge to have one person a day, not more. Each day, just one person. However, if there is a disaster area, if you know that location, for example, in region A, for example, as you practice, so your body can transform into energy to travel out to space, whether you can go or not, you just practice. Before you practice, then you know your intention. If you are fortunate that your body can transform into energy, your body and your soul, you have the intention to go there, so that your soul can help these people, afflicted people, that you are not able to merge to all of them. Listen carefully. For example, like in that region A, let's say each day when you practice 4 times, each time when you practice, you transfer energy there and you merge to that region. Because when that region A, they have a disaster, for example, then all day or 1 or 5 or 7 days, so during that time, each day, when you practice 3 times, then perhaps in the morning or in the afternoon, your soul will merge there to help these people there. Perhaps you can control these people, meaning you are controlling their body to avoid a case of being poisoned or to avoid another disaster over there. That is something you can do. That is for level 18, level 19. However, I do not teach you a level 20. In level 20, the technique will be different. At that moment, you have the ability, you can merge collectively, everything could be different. But on that, would be in the future, at the present time. The technique, as I have shown you, if you love this region, then each day you practice 2, 3, 4 times, for example. Each time when you practice, your whole body and your soul will be there. Listen carefully, so you can apply correctly with the right technique. You need to listen carefully so that you can do it right. Then you are able to help in all the situations. Now in the past, when you practice the breathing, when you are working, you feel tired, then you apply the 10 breath, inhale and exhale, then you can do your work. However, for the past few days, as I explained to you, if you are working in your workplace, if there is a place that you can rest, for example, or if it is needed, if it causes you a lot of stress or totally exhausted, you can just go into the toilet, close the door. You can sit in there, you practice for 5 minutes. Then when you walk out, you can re-energize yourself. You have more energy in you. So instead of doing the 10 breath, you can do it. But the practice, it's more effective because when you are practicing, your body can merge with my soul, and then you are able to receive the energy from the deities. Then your soul will reach a higher state of enlightenment with more energy. Then your body also can benefit from that. So you are able to regain your energy and maintain your health. That is how I explain for you. However, if you see it is not appropriate to practice, so you can sit right in your desk and you can communicate with me. You can receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and inhale to the nose and exhale to the mouth 10 times, and you're able to recover your energy. So you don't have to practice, so you're still able to apply. Next question.
Iran?
به تعالیم مذهبی خودمان پایبند باشیم. در دین ما آشامیدن الکل خوراکی ممنوع است. با توجه به این مسئله ما چطور می‌توانیم محلول سیر بنوشیم؟ من در یک خانواده‌ای زندگی می‌کنم که اعتقاد بسیار زیادی به یک مسلک دارند که از سال‌های بسیار دور رایج بوده است. اعتقادات این گروه باعث بروز مشکلات اجتماعی و اخلاقی بسیار پیچیده‌ای شده. چون مخالفت با گروه باعث طرد شدن و حتی مرگ می‌شود. و من خانواده‌ام را دوست دارم و نمی‌خوام از آنها جدا شوم. استاد لطفاً من را راهنمایی کنید. ضمناً در لول‌های پایین‌تر من بارها با تمرکز بر ریاکس شما به جواب خیلی از سوال‌ها و مشکلاتم رسیدم که خیلی از شما متشکرم. Donas, I'm going to repeat this in English. Actually, I'm going to pass it on to Mana.
Okay.
Shiva Ahmadi. Dear Master, thank you for providing us the opportunities to reach wisdom and to contribute to help mankind. Master, during your techniques, you always repeat this point that we must follow our religious techniques. In our religion, drinking alcohol is forbidden. Considering this, how can we drink the UE garlic water? I live with my family who are the followers of an old religion which used to be popular in the past. Their beliefs of such followers has caused many social and moral complications. Since any oppositions or disagreements with their belief will result in execution or discharge of these oppositions. I love my family and I don't want to leave them. Please guide me. By the way, during my learning in lower levels, I focused on your picture and received many answers to my questions and problems. Thank you, Master.
There are a number of you who are not able to drink alcohol and they are being forbidden by many religions. But remember, this is an remedy, medicine, not alcohol. Even though the mixture, the ingredient, we have the alcohol, there are many other remedies that they use liquor as a mixture. Just like in Asia, from the Oriental medicine, in the case of arthritis, they need to take some of the herb or medicine, or some of the traditional medicine in Southeast Asia, especially the Chinese. They use some of this mixture using the herbs, and then they mix with liquor. As you are taking this remedy, it can heal the aches and pains, or in the case of blood circulation, and you're able to heal. In the case of Tibetan Buddhism, it is very strict, and they have a very strict way of disciplining the body. And when with all of the injury of the body, they are taking this remedy to help them. That is some of the training in, as you know, in the Buddhism, they are forbidding. They cannot drink alcohol, just like in Muslim, because this is, you have to remember, this is a medicine. It is not alcohol. They are right, because you are not able drinking. If let's say you are drinking beer or wine, it is forbidden. But this is only a mixture that we use, very small portion, to mix as a remedy. For example, with this liquor, if they mix it into a medicine, when you are sick, you have to drink it. And among some of these pills that they mix it, we're using alcohol to make the drugs for you to take, let's say, some of these vitamins, for example, that they may have the alcohol contents in there, symbolized liquor. You are taking the medicine, not the liquor. The forbidding you to drink wine or liquor, I agree, because that is get drunk. But this is a mixture. You are using it to mix. You are drinking this time. You are drinking the medicine, not liquor. So for sure, you are not violating anything in your religion. So you can explain like that to your family members. This is not a liquor. This is a medicine. This is the remedy that you are doing to help your health. So you are able to help your family, your religion, and if you have this health, this is a remedy to help you to maintain health, so that you are able to help others. That will include your family and your religion. You explain like that, and your family would agree. There is no problem. Now, in fact, that garlic water I want to restrict only in the family, within your own family. However, when all together, only in the case of epidemics, you only need is just a 10 ml of, in the case of epidemics that cause diarrhea, only a 10 ml of this garlic water, it may help to recover. In the past, as you know, during the war, they don't have enough of the many of this alcohol for the wound during the First and the Second World War. Through the documents for any of the surgery, they let the patient drink the wine and they wash it with the alcohol. So when they are taking in and these people are drunk and they can perform the surgery, and they use liquor to wash the wound. So I understand for the view, because of the law, you are forbidding to take liquor or alcohol, but to explain this is a medicine, this is not liquor. And eventually you have to prepare. I prepare everything for you. First, in Southeast Asia, in 24 or 48 hours, perhaps the epidemic may spread that may cause millions of deaths. Because from the West, more or less, in terms of the hygiene, they know how to take care of themselves. But in Asia, I know, with the dirty environment in Asia, they don't have the knowledge for hygiene to take care of themselves. They're not careful comparing to people in America or Europe. So in the case of epidemics, in the case of the virus contamination through all the food, that millions of people may die. At that point, then I can help them with the garlic water. It's not too late then. So that is through the presentation of this student, through my explanation. Slowly, you are able to explain so your family can be assured to know this is only a remedy that the deities had revealed to us to protect our health. Next question.
Portugal.
Morning, this is Portugal. These are the questions of the first student. Do you agree that art is a material expression of human spirituality, Master? What is the role of art in the energy transfer? Regarding any kind of expression, could you speak about talent? And why does the Virgin Mary, a spirit, shows herself like a woman? Spirits have not sex. Can you elaborate, please? And in the level 18, you taught us how to merge with the living to help them to evolve. What's the purpose of merging with the dead in the future? Now these are the questions of the second student. Dear Master, the students want to thank you for all your marvelous teaching for our own benefit, our families, and humankind. She is also grateful to Maria Fernanda for making possible the access to this course easier. These are the questions. Is it the soul that chooses in its programming a new life in this planet, the country, the race, and the family? A month ago, a grandchild of hers was born with a malformation. Was this his choice, this great ordeal for him and all the family? What's the importance of the year 2012? She would like to know more about children born from 2000 onwards. And one of her friends has a schizophrenic son who doesn't accept the illness and doesn't want to have his medication. What can she do? And finally, each one of us has a mission. And does each country have its specific mission as well? Can you talk about the mission of each country, if there is one? Thank you, Master, for your wisdom.
Now, through your question, as you asked, let me answer for you. Now, in fact, in the case of art, it is within your field of profession. Let's say for many of these famous artists, they have a small number of these. I do not train you to be a famous artist, but I have the ability to help you, as you can express through art with the energy that you are able to help people to pay attention to your work. I have one of my students as a level 5 in Holland. In the past, with his drawing, with a very small number of people recognized, after he learned to the level 5, I gave the opinion so that he can express through his art with his drawing, and he become very famous in the world. It is very strange, and that student also is well known over the world. Not just that one student, there are many others similarly. That is how, as well, you focus your mind when you express in a drawing, as you are transfer all the energy into your artwork, as you are showing it in the exhibition. That artwork, that drawing, it may not be valuable, or it may not be good, but it is like a magnet because of the energy, draw the attention of these people around. They pay attention because of the energy through the drawing. As you are sending energy to that drawing, then suddenly you will be famous. Being famous here, meaning you have a way you express through your art. Additionally, you have the energy. You are able to help. Many of the people who look at your artwork, they are able to receive the energy of love that God has sent to them, to help them to change their mind and to develop their spiritual path. That is how you are able to help those who are looking at your artwork, so their soul can evolve, and you receive the blessing that God has given to you because of your work, through your artwork in your profession. That is how I explain for you. Now, with your talent, as I had explained to you, it is limited, your own talent. But if you are fortunate, you are able to unite with the deities, you have the energy from the deities, then with your talent you can change the environment. The environment, as I had explained to you, that means you are sending the seed of love to all the people. That seed of love that is from the deities who send to you. That is a way you are working for the deities, you can benefit from the blessing. Now, as you can see, because the Virgin Mary, as a woman, when the Virgin Mary, the apparition appear, it's not like a clear image. It is symbolized only a light, a vague shadow. In fact, for the past 2,000 years, the Virgin Mary do not leave her image on earth, so nobody would know. Like in the case of Jesus Christ, you know, the researcher who draw the face of Jesus, they draw it 132 times, and then they decided after 132 times, they decided nobody would know the real face of Jesus Christ. Nobody knows. They only describe, and after 132 times as they draw, then they would decide to accept one. That is the image that we have seen now, like in Italy, as they have the image, and they decide that is symbolize the face of Jesus Christ when he was on earth. So that's how I share with you. This is only a means for us to learn to progress. Now, as you know, listen carefully. In level 18, you cannot merge to the dead. However, as you ask, I show with you. When that person died, if that person is still young, still have the ability, then we can help to revive that person. Meaning, you are changing another soul to come into that body to revive that person. And that soul will be better than that former soul of the dead person. If, let's say, your ancestor or your grandparents at the old age, they died, and no matter how you merge, they die because the body is unused. However, if it is needed that one of the old person to live, you are able to help. In my country, in my village, especially, at this time, that person passed away already. Now, that person died, and they put in a coffin already, close the coffin already. In my country, they have to leave the coffin there after 2 or 3 days for burial, because they have to wait for all the family members to come there in order to go through the burial. But 2 days later, inside the coffin, suddenly there's movement, and she's kicking inside the coffin. Suddenly the family opened the coffin, and she was out, and she died, and they put in the coffin. And then after they recover from the coffin, she lived for 7 more years. And that's how I explained for you. That is from a spiritual perspective, because from the medical perspective, they would not believe because it happened. So I share with you in a term of medical science. In America, I live in America. In America, more or less 300 million, perhaps 1 or 2 or 3 years, there's one of the special case of success, medical success that they reveal. Not just in a year they have hundreds of cases. Only several years they have one of the successful surgery or some invention or something that is successful, but only reveal once or two in a few years. In a year, with the case of malpractice, thousands of people die, but nobody revealed it. 800,000 people die. 800,000 people die from malpractice, but nobody knows. All over America, each year due to malpractice, and also with surgery and like amputating the wrong organs, that the medical they would not reveal because it happened. Then they would reveal, because I had attended one of the medical conference, and in that conference they reveal, like in America, I do not know about other, but I know because they have shown in America. That is a fact. So there's nothing we can do. Also in Australia here, talking about the scientist or doctor, they are all humans just like us. If they work so hard, long hours, that they feel tired. With less sleep, working all night, and they give the wrong drugs, and including the surgeon similarly. Suppose unintentionally he just make a mistake, and the person may, instead of a minor problem before the surgery, the person who have a severe problem, that would be the unfortunate case for the patient. There are many cases like that, because as a human, we have to be careful as much as we can, but we cannot prevent this thing from happening. As you are the human, let's say your children are sick, you bring to the doctor, whatever the doctor is doing, and you cannot do anything. My own son, Teresa, is the doctor to take the vaccine, to bring to the health clinic for the vaccine. After 6 months, the children have to take the vaccine. And as Teresa mentioned that because Teresa is also a doctor who knows the dose. And because she's a doctor, she would know in the case that they just give only a very small dose. So instead of giving vaccine as a prevention, sometimes they don't give the right dose. So in the human world, nobody is perfect. If we are fortunate, we are able to overcome all of these factors. If you are less fortunate, then we have to suffer the consequence because we cannot prevent. Do not say anyone who can say that you are good, regardless of any profession, not just in the field of medicine. So you have to be careful. That will be better for you, even though we know it is not in your own profession, but more or less you pay more attention and be more careful. It is better for you. Just like yesterday I mentioned to you, my family, my own nephew, who's also a doctor, also a famous doctor, but sometimes he has problem. That is how I share with you from the experience, so you know that any situation we need to be careful, a little more careful. Then at least it will help you better. Now, as your soul, you do not have the ability to choose. I'm talking about an ordinary soul, like when you are from the level 3 up to level 18. You don't have a choice, because God will bring the former soul out and bring a new soul to you to guide, to help your body so that you have more wisdom. You cannot choose yourself. After your death, then you come back to one place. Let's say what level you are. For example, let's say you learn to the level 3, then choose another body so you can go on to the level 3, level 4. We don't have a choice. However, this time, as you are in the high level, you can choose, because your soul has ability already. Then it is you. You would choose another body, a new body, with sufficient health and ability, so that you can continue on. Your soul can continue on to help people. It is not for pleasure, because the soul doesn't need the pleasure. With the condition that your soul is a high one, the level 19 or 20. When you are preparing, let's say when you are severely sick, your body is so weak, then you need to remember the advice from Master Đáng to prepare your mind. Let's say person A, B, or C, when your body is no longer alive, when you leave the body, whether it is buried or cremated, then your soul can go to that person that you have already selected. Just like the deity has sent your soul down here, the deity has chosen. You go directly in. Your soul with a sufficient ability as a deity help you. If you wish to help people, you wish to carry out, then you can choose the appropriate body, whether a boy or a girl. When you merge, if that person is a young one, we very smart and growing up to be very intelligent, so that you are able to continue on with your journey to help mankind, to have wisdom and enlightenment just like us. That is how I explain for you. It is not that I can teach you any way I want. The deities reveal to me, to send a message to me, and to request me to teach you in that way or that way that I can teach. It doesn't mean that I can teach you anything that I want. If I can do it like that, then you ask me and I'm stuck, I do not know how to answer to you. That is how I share with you, so you can understand. But in level 18, you cannot do it yet. It doesn't mean that the dead person you can merge. After you do that, and suddenly you lose your mind, you don't know what to do. At that moment, then you have to call me. And that time Master Đáng goes on holiday, I disconnect my phone, then you are stuck. Now, anyone, let's say you have the children in your family, when they are born with a health problem, now they may have a problem. But who knows, that is one of the lessons for you to progress. Because of them, that you have the happiness. You do not think that the child is born with a handicap or a problem. Everybody in the family would love that child because of the fact that the child is born with problem. However, when you learn to the high levels, you are able to solve the problem with these people with the handicap, so they can recover. Sometimes a member of the family, they don't understand They thought that with a handicapped child, that they say that your family, you are unblessed. You don't. That you have to think that God has sent them down. You do not choose. Their soul do not choose. Who knows that a handicapped or sick child that may help your family to have happiness? That is the fact. Because you love the sick child, then you sacrifice for the child. As everyone, as you in the family, for the love of the child, you live together. Nobody wants it, but the deities who can see and send that soul to you to help you, so you can establish the happiness in your home. That's how I explain for you in a very simple way. So do not think that you have a child that is sick. No. I share with you one story because you are a foreigner. I share with you one of the real story in my country. One family, very rich, wealthy, and well-known person, but the child is handicapped. Everybody cursed at them. They said that they don't have the blessing, so their child is handicapped. So all of the people, the neighbors, they curse at them. They do not dare to curse at them because these are the people who are influential. They just curse at them in silence. But then, as the situation in my country in 1975, before the 75, during the war, and at 75 the war ended. At the end of the war, that rich family, they could not go anywhere because of the handicapped child. Then the American brought the whole family to America. Then for those in the past who cursed them, now then they turned around and said that they are in jail, but your family now are so blessed because they are able to go to America. In the past, they were rich, now they continue to get rich, so it is so difficult in the human world. No matter how they say, they can change their tongue. Whatever they say, they could just say it just to satisfy their mouth. That is the human nature. If not the human, then they would not be like that, especially those who are mute. When you have the mouth, you can express recklessly, talk freely. Many of the people, no matter how you hide, and people would find out whatever you try to hide. So that is the opinion I want to help you as the means. So in any situation, if you have a handicapped child or a sick child, who knows, that is a blessing that God had given to you, not hate you, to bring the light of joy to you. I tell you the truth. That is how I want to share with you from this point. When we talk about this handicapped child, it is very long. I just want to share with you so that you are able to happily accept, because it is a soul that God has bring to the body of the child to bring the light of joy to you, or to bring to you a means for you to learn and evolve. All of these are the good thing. If you think like that, then certainly it's better for you. Through this question, as you asked, I remember the people from Maya in Mexico, according to the evolution cycle, based on the calendar, according to the Catholic, they mentioned that the end time would be in the year 2000. So due to the miscalculation of the calendar in Maya, they have their message saying that the cycle, perhaps in the year 2012, there will be changes. The changes of Earth, the changes to a new human, all these new changes. So now, I'm preparing for you until the end of the year 2009. In the first decade of the 21st century, so perhaps the human will have wisdom and enlightenment, the wisdom of the body and the enlightenment of the soul. Only the deities can help us, and the deities is helping and continue to help us, so that all of us, we have the chance to contribute to help the next generation to have the same level of wisdom and enlightenment just like us. That is the path that we are on. Now, as you see, you are from Europe. You can calculate from January to December, and after December return back to January, 12 months in a year. In Vietnam, I'm talking about Vietnam, not all the country. Sometimes a year they have 13 months, or sometimes only 12 months. And for you, 30 days, always 30 days. And a year, 12 months, always 12 months. You cannot change. It is fixed. But in Vietnam, once a while, they have 13 months in a year. Yeah. Just like after 4 years, February you have 29 days. And then after 4 years in the cycle, then in February you have 29 days. So that they calculate according to the time. So every 4 years you have the 29 days of February. But in Vietnam, 3 years and suddenly they have 13 months in a year. So in 2 or 3 years and then suddenly they have another year with 13 months. That is Vietnam and Europe. But there are other countries, some they have only 11 months in a year. So we cannot unify. But we just use the basic based on the calendar, the Western calendar for all the 5 continents to based on, so we can have the right way of calculating time, especially in the business transaction. Now, as you know, the children are born before or after the year 2000 is not important. The important part is, does God chose the soul and the body to contribute to help mankind or not? That is more important. This means that they are born in the year 2000 and all is born from 2000. But in 1972, when I first learned, I also received the message. All the children that was born from 1974 and beyond, more or less, that soul are the high one that come down here to help mankind, to change to a new cycle, the new era from 1974 and beyond. Those are the souls the deities send down. Those are the good soul, the high soul, not the soul that are reincarnated from the lower life form animal. They are so slow. This is something I know that was almost 35 years ago for the first time when I learned from the deities. The deities sent a message to me. That is how I explain for you. Do not think that for those who are born from the year 2000 and they can have this and have that, do not think like that. The important part is, these children, do they have the mission or not? If they have the mission, then they can contribute to help the family, society, and religion. That is how I explain in general for all of you. Now, in this case, if you have a friend or the son with the mental problem, do you love that your friend's son? If you do, then each day when you practice, all the organs of the boy, you can just transfer energy to that, and each day you just merge to that one time. You merge one time to that boy. You pray to my soul to merge with you, and your soul to merge with that boy. Then, as your energy can nurture, help, whether he can take the medication or not, slowly he can recover. If you love his mother or the boy, if you love, do not. You have to be patient, because this without the medication you cannot treat. He has a mental problem. Then you have to be patient to apply the technique of the level 18. When you go to level 19, then you apply the technique of level 19. So now you can only apply the technique of level 18. Additionally, I advise all of you, all of these people with mental problem, whether it is real or false mental problem, besides the fact that you transfer energy to treat only one time a day, use the organs of the person to practice, and you merge. I also show you another formula. Receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds 9 times to the whole body. Because sometimes some of the soul of the good soul from the chakra 3 after chakra 5 that are around the body. So in a way you are helping. Who knows, in 10 days or 2 weeks the person can recover. I have a student with a child with mental problem for 15 years. Doesn't eat or take a bath or do anything. But they brought from America to Australia. I transfer energy just like others. After I transfer energy, return back to America, suddenly the child take care of himself just like a normal person. Now the problem occurred for 15 years. So this is a way through your question. I advise for you. That is how you are able to help the patient sometimes with your naked eyes you cannot see. Some of the higher soul, they want to protect the physical body. So if you want to help the person to be back to normal, to help the soul with the duty so they can evolve, now the deities allow us to apply using the energy from the deities. Then beside the fact that you merge and you treat and you transfer energy for the whole body 9 times each day. Each day you do that, receive 2 seconds, send 3 seconds, 9 times to the whole body. Treatment is different, merging is different. Additionally, you transfer energy 9 times to the whole body. If, because next to the body, they have some of the soul who protecting the body, you are able to help this soul to evolve, then the body can return back to normal. Now, as I understand, the country, I don't need to know any country or any people. More or less, the leaders of that country, they have the mission for that country. The mission of that person, nobody can remove or do anything to that person. As I mentioned to you, each of the world leaders, the high soul that the deity sent down, it's not so simple that they can be a leader of a country. Whether that country is small, or that country is good, or that country is bad, for sure, they have the mission as the higher soul, the deity sent down here. If you know this point, then it is up to the soul of that body, the deity sent down here to help in an era, to help the people on or inside and outside the path. Sometimes you see that the country is so strange, but because of that, the level of the people is high. And do not talk about any other country. I give you my example of my country. During the war between North and South, the North is communist and the South is democratic, and they fight each other. The Vietnamese fighting each other with to the ideology. So none of them they agree with each other. And the communists, they hate the free one. So the Vietnamese are killing each other. Only the Vietnamese die, no one else. However, I have to understand some of the allies who come to the north and come to the south, they died in our land. From other countries who come to help the south and the north during the war, and they die in both sides. These are the allied who sacrifice to help the Vietnamese, whether they are in the north or the south. So I slowly share with you so you can understand. And now people mention that the communists are evil or the communists are good because the communists conquered the south because America had abandoned. But with the loss of South Vietnam, 3 million people can go abroad. If the war prolonged or once they unify the country, the South won, then now I'm still in Vietnam. Perhaps I may have a high rank, but I'm not going to be the master. In military, if I do not retire by now, with my rank, I may have a high position, but I would not be a master. I would not be a master in all 5 continents, so the two is different. So now the families, parents, everybody travel abroad to become millionaire, billionaire. Children and grandchildren can work as an engineer, doctors. If they stay in the country, they still are farmers. They're just working as laborer. But if I'm there with my ranking, I might be a general. That's all. Perhaps the country give me a house and a car, and that's all. But I would not be able to go around to teach. I would not be able to help 5 continents. So the important part, if we can develop on a spiritual path, we know the arrangement from the deities that according to the Bible, including a human hair, it is created by God. That's only in theory, but in practice, I see that they don't agree. So if they lose the benefit, their own benefit, the self-benefit, because even though they go to the church or the temple, they pray, they listen to Christ only in prayer, but when they walk out, they forgot. Just like the condition yesterday I shared with you, you are the Catholic, but unintentionally, if you commit suicide, the priest would not do the ritual for you, you would not be buried. And the teaching of Christ, you listen to, they say that the love of people, whether how bad they are, but you abandon these people, so you can see how we suffer. That is how the humans suffer. They say one thing, but they do another. Nobody dare to fight against them. That is the fact. They don't listen to the teaching of Christ, and they preach and they tell people to listen. So what can we do? That is why we suffer. Do not cause more suffering. As we have, we can contribute to help people to bring the light of joy. Do not cause more suffering. The human in the world have suffered enough. Do not force them to suffer anymore. That is how I explain. I'm very practical. I share with you. In fact, from the Catholic, they want to teach, to encourage people not to commit suicide. But if they commit suicide, then you should forgive them. Because Christ always forgive. How come you don't forgive like Christ? Christ do not tell you to judge. You can see that. That's why it's so difficult. It is so difficult in the human world. If you understand and you know, then there's only one point that you can feel happy, meaning to accept. No matter what happened. In Vietnam, they always say that you are really reckless. Don't even afraid of death, but you are afraid of sickness. They said that they dare to die, but then when they are sick, and they say, "Oh, please find a doctor, find a physician to save me. I'm so sick." But at the moment of death, they are afraid. But before that, they boldly say that I'm not afraid of death. I have one of my family members. He said that after death, he's afraid of being cold. He said, after death, do not cremate me. I'm afraid of being hot. My God, I tell you, it's so strange. Death, you're still afraid of being cold or being cold. I said, when I'm dead, do not mummify the body. He said, after death, do not burn my body. I'm hot. After death, they're still afraid of getting hot or cold. So what can we do? These are all the lessons, the means that I want to share with you, so you can understand everything. Regardless of any situation, we have to be calm. Then you will know the reason, then you can help and solve. If you do not know the reason, and you are not able to help to solve, then you are not able to help anything or do anything. So when we are treating the reason, do not treating whether they are right or wrong. You cannot tell. But if you know the reason why they do it right or wrong, good or bad, if you know the reason at the root like that, then you can solve. So for that reason, when you learn the level 13, when I taught you, you got to stand beyond good and bad. Do not judge whether they are right or wrong. Because right or wrong, we are also the same, just like them. So you should not judge. Then you'll be the most happy. Next question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Dear Master Dung, I'm deeply grateful for your teachings and for your love. My question is about the first part about soul and spirit. When you speak to us of our students receiving a new soul after every level and again after level 18, does this correspond in any way with the higher self, also known as the Christ consciousness? The Christ consciousness entering our bodies. If it does not correspond, could you please relate consciousness development with UE methods to this concept of the higher self and Christ consciousness and the distinction between soul and spirit? The other part of the question affects our bodies and UE. With the powerful effects of UE, you mentioned that our bodies are changing. You mentioned DNA changes. So our bodies are taking in increasingly higher levels of energy. How can we be more aware of balancing our need for nutrition and energy from food and from UE? Another part to my first part question about the spirit and soul. when we experience, what will we experience physically, emotionally, and spiritually when this new soul joins our body after level 18? And the second question is, unfortunately, there was a disconnection in our communication. We did not hear the answer to the question that we had from South Africa before about communication with the animals. Could you please just briefly tell us the answer again? Thank you deeply, Master Dang.
Through your question, let me answer for you. Now, as you know, from the Buddhists and the Catholics, they have a similar concept that Buddha taught all the Buddhist followers, as well as all humans, that once he is enlightened to be a Buddha, then if the follower follow this right path, they would become the Buddha like him. And in the Catholic, also mentioned that Christ also promised that eventually Christ will return in you once you follow the spiritual path. So these two concepts from these two religious founders seem to be similar in the same concept. However, according to the Bible, we have to sacrifice ourselves to serve, to help people. Then you have the Christ in you. That is the ability, the Holy Spirit, as the Bible mentioned that the Holy Spirit is in you. But in fact, when you receive the light of God's aura, when you transfer energy, meaning you are sacrificing and you forget everything to serve people unconditionally. Is that right? I trained you from the level 3 up to level 18. As you're helping the wandering soul to evolve, to return to the deities unconditionally. You forget about yourself to help all other souls to evolve. Nobody can do this. If they can, the deities and Christ had allowed you to do it. The deities, Christ had been and continue to allow you to have this ability. Then the Holy Spirit at this level 18, that is Christ who gave it to you if you believe in Christ. Muhammad gave it to you if you are the Muslim. From the Buddhist, Buddha give you this ability that Buddha had promised 25 centuries ago. All of the scriptures from the and the promise of this being now it is being carried out, but they did not reveal themselves. I just asked the body of Master Lương Minh Đáng, the soul of Master Lương Minh Đáng, to guide, to remind you, so you can return back to them, to help the religion, meaning your own religion. It is not for Master Đáng or the religion of Master Đáng. The primary religion of Master Đáng is worship ancestor, not Buddhism. Buddhism only introduced almost 2,000 years from India to China and migrated into Vietnam recently in 2,000 years. So as you asked, now I explain for you. The Buddhist or the Quran or the Catholic scriptures, this being want to merge with you so you can help your own religion, to help them to re-establish the order in the religion, so that all the followers, they can have peace and harmony to help people. It doesn't mean that I'm teaching you, then you can take care of me. No, you don't have to. Or you take care of my own religion. You don't have to. You take care of your own family, your own country, your own religion. All of these religious founders ask me to remind you so you can achieve to have the Holy Spirit, the soul of this being merging with you, so you have the ability to contribute to help your country, your religion. That is on the first part I answer for you. Now, in the case of the word soul and spirit, we should choose the word soul. It is the other one, the spirit. Just to unify in us, in we use the word soul, and that symbolizes our soul. That would be easier for us. So for a number of you use this term, and other you use the other term. So we just use the word soul in our school. Now you have to prepare yourself. Today is the last day of the class. You apply the technique of level 17. On the 1st of July, you apply the technique of level 18. So all the changes, do not ask why suddenly you are good or you are bad. It would come to you. Because in your nature, you are not hot-tempered, you are not good or bad. But then suddenly the new soul, because it sees it is not appropriate, it may provoke you to feel angry, sadness, discouraged. That is the soul give you the means. Why? So that you can excel. For example, in the past, you see that person who doing something wrong, you feel very angry, you feel very hot-tempered. Now you've been always hot-tempered. Now, as a new soul merged with you, in the past you were so angry, now suddenly you are so cool. You can see the changes, you know it. Like in the past, you can tolerate very easily because of the people who are doing wrong or because of their nature, you just tolerate. That was in the past, you're always forgiving, but suddenly now it's different. You've been forgiving, suddenly now you are judging, meaning you are very hot-tempered, you are angry. So these are the changes, black and white, yin and yang. So that is how you are learning in spiritual or physical way. So you can clear. In the past you are tolerant, now you can judge or criticize. So you are able to learn in both ways. So when you see this situation happen, one you criticize and the other you forgive. So once you realize it, in the past you keep on judging them, and now you know how to forgive as you were criticizing them. And after you do that, then you learn how to love them. Because if you do not criticize and you criticize them, and you see that they are suffering, you see that they are feeling sorry, and suddenly you love them with the condition that you judge them and then you love them. If not, then you do not express fully your love because you don't see how they suffer, so you don't express fully your love. When you see that they suffer, then you love. This is the lesson for your body. Therefore, each time when your soul, you say, how come in the past you're not hot-tempered, suddenly now you are hot-tempered. Oh my God, in the past you are so hot-tempered, now you are so cool. So these are the changes in you. 2 as 1, 1 as 2. My teaching is so simple. Then you learn, you understand it, and you can do it. If I don't tell you, so how do you know? Because you asked, so I reveal that to you. So do not be surprised. In the past, let's say you always are a good person. Now you learn all the bad habits. Why? So that you are bad, so you know these people in a bad way, then you don't judge them. In the past, you're always good. And you see that that lady or that man is always bad. So now you criticize people. Now suddenly you are the bad one. Now suddenly you don't criticize anymore. Why? So that you understand why they are bad. That is the clever of the soul. I show you that ahead of time. As I know, I reveal that to you. So when you see the changes in your mentality, then you think in your mind, think in your heart that Master Dang have taught you already. So you feel at ease, then you know it. Then you don't have to worry. You don't have to learn. You don't have to learn the bad lesson. You like to learn the good lesson. Now the soul let you learn the bad lesson. If you remember that Master Dang had forewarned already, had a reveal to you already, so that you don't have to learn. Suddenly you know it. You know it, then you understand. For those who are on a bad way, you don't judge them anymore. Then it's better for you. You don't feel angry at these bad people anymore. Suddenly it's better for you. My teaching is also short and precise and meaningful, so that your practice you can achieve faster. Now in the case I explained for you, starting from the level 16 until now, I always remind you the Iwi water. You use the Iwi water to wash the vegetable, to cook, including making tea or coffee, to avoid the case of toxin in the food. Even though you use that water, you transfer energy, and you cook, and you put on the table all the meals, before you put into your mouth, you transfer energy to all the food. that food with the energy transfer, you transfer, that would be more appropriate inside your body, adapt into your body to help your body, to strengthen your body. And with that, so you are able to use your body to learn, to have the ability to obtain wisdom in order to help other people. And normal food in the physical world, if unintentionally or intentionally, you eat a lot of food, or you eat a lot of food with a lot of chemicals, you get sick. However, when you eat, you are afflicted by the food, your body, you have the immune strength, you can treat yourself and transfer energy to help yourself, you can recover faster. For that reason, I advise for you from now to the future, each time in your family or outside, regardless of any food, before you bring into your mouth to eat or to drink, you transfer energy 3 seconds, receive 2 seconds, send 3 seconds to all the food, in all the meals, so that you are able to neutralize all of the toxic in the food, so that the food, when it enters the body, it will adapt inside your body, adapt with the energy inside your body to help your body to recover from the sickness. That is my explanation for you. Now, I want to repeat again about the question about communicating with animals. I received the message from the deities. The humans need to evolve. We need to protect the humans due to the threat of Earth right now with the danger. More or less, the scientists are worried about the case of 70 to 90% of people on Earth may die due to the shift of the Earth axis or the floods. That's why the deities really rush with the teaching of UE, as I teach all of you, to help to protect the Earth, to protect the humans, so that we don't have a lot of damage. So for that reason, I do not teach you how to communicate, either to listen or to communicate with the animals, because this is not necessary. It is more important to help the humans to evolve, to protect the humans without the suffering, the death during the disaster. This is the top priority for the 21st century. So or the other one, perhaps in the next few decades, this decade I do not teach, the deity do not teach you to communicate with animals. So we can only help them with their health, treat them in the case of listening or understanding or talking to animals. It is not necessary. So that is my explanation for you, because yesterday, through the loss of the audio, you are not able to hear this, so now I repeat for you. Now go on, next question.
Dear Master, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your teaching. This is the first time that I'm doing a translation, and I'd like to ask you a question. Could you please, Master, explain to me what falling in love is? Is it something that it's an illusion? Because I've learned that we learn to love truly. So now that I am about to finish level 18, does it mean that I won't fall in love ever? Or even if I am in love now, it means that it's my brain? Is it an influence from the material? I've got a second question. I would like to have a baby. And when you explained about the way that we could apply with the energy, I don't really understand in the present time how I could possibly bring that fetus, if it's possible for me to do it. I don't know, Master, maybe I can't, probably I can't. But if I could, how could I take that fetus into the incubator? I mean, how can I show that into the world? And taking this into account, when I think back about Virgin Mary, that that Jesus Christ was born through Virgin Mary, thanks to the energy. How could it have happened? Of course, I can understand it. There was a father kind, but I don't understand how could we face society, the medical world, with a fetus that is so little. Could you please elaborate on that? And from other students, I have the first question. This person greets you. Good morning, Master. In the days before today, a student asked, this person doesn't remember which country, asked about how the universal energy could help to find, or in the case of a missing person. And this student says that you said that in this level 18, you would explain about this. And the question, I guess, is if you could elaborate this a little bit more, Master. And the other question from the student is, when a person is dying, sometimes this person says that he or she could see somebody right in front of him or in front of her, right next to his side. Are those the deities, or just the ancestors or the loved ones? And if this is so, why? Thank you very much, Master, for your help with my translation. Thank you very much.
Now, through this question, let me answer for you. Now, in terms of love, expressing love in a human form, that is in a physical, it is like an illusion. So, I do not deny it or tell you whether to keep or not. But the technique in LUONG, we're expressing the true love, that is the eternal love. That you always bring the light of joy and always helping to develop on the spiritual path from the time when you learn a level 13 and higher. So the two is different. One way, you may have money, you may have power, and to have a family, to inherit the asset, the wealth, the position in your family. That is all the concept in all the humans in this world. I do not want to say 100%, but at least 80-90% of you accept or like that concept. But when you come to the large LUONG family, I do not tell you to abandon it, but I give you an environment to express true love, the eternal love that I had explained to you. Through the universal energy between the husband and the wife, you love each other by universal energy, not by the physical form. Then you have everything. In having everything, that is to serve mankind, to serve the human society. That is a lesson that you have learned from the level 13 and higher. I don't want to repeat again. The higher you learn, the environment is improved. As I had explained to you, as a higher level, if your spouse is a lower level or in that relationship, when you have the intercourse, then the higher level will benefit less than the lower level. I explain that point clearer for you. Now let me explain for you, so you listen carefully now. When you practice, whether your body can transform into energy or your body do not transform into energy, you pray to God. You pray to my soul to merge with you 3 times. You receive the light of God aura 2 seconds, and you transfer energy to your uterus 3 seconds, 9 times each day. Each day you do it 1 time. You don't even need the male sperm. Let's say in 3 or 4 months, and suddenly you stop your menstrual cycle. It's just like a symptom of pregnancy. But sometimes for the woman, due to the fact of the irregular blood flow and then the menstrual cycle stop. So in the case of the when you have the stomach cramps or stomach pain, and with the blood, so there's blood coming out. That is in the normal case in the menstrual cycle. With that, sometimes the blood is coming out. Let's say after 3 or 4 months, you stop the menstrual cycle, and then with the bleeding, just like in the case of the menstrual cycle, with the bleeding, in that scenario, you have to prepare a bowl of 14 degrees Celsius. So when you let go, and then a fetus would come out. At that time, normally it would be just like a blood clot flow, but it is like a fetus. I don't know. I just explained vaguely like that in the case of the woman with the menstrual cycle. So now with that, fetus could be 200 or 300 grams, for example. Then it would be just like a piece of the blood. Because you're not pregnant, that's just like a blood. So you keep in that bowl 14 degrees Celsius. You receive the light of God aura 2 seconds, send 3 seconds, 9 times. So each day you transfer energy like that 1 time. You keep in there for 3 days to see if that fetus after 24 hours you would know the result, to see if it turned bad or not. If it is turning bad, then you just discard it in 3 days. If it is still healthy, then you take it out. You can keep it in incubator. You keep in the incubator. So now you keep in the incubator. You transfer energy, receive the light of God aura 2 seconds, send 3 seconds. Slowly, it is going change, growing. Then you have to keep it in a larger incubator as it's growing. At that time, you don't even have to call any scientists. All the scientists around the world, they would come to your house. You just tell them the date that you transfer energy, and then now it's growing. Now there's life. You keep in that incubator as you enlarge it. And you keep in the incubator, you transfer energy, and it's taking the form from a medical perspective. That infant may die. They will have to go through the ultrasound to find if whether that it is a boy or a girl. But you keep on transfer energy, the fetus keep on growing. You don't need anyone to prove. You just announce to the medical centers or a physician in a hospital nearby. You don't even need to prove anything. Millions of doctors, millions of scientists will come to your house to research, and it will be a worldwide research. So whoever gives birth, they think that is an alien from outer space that come to give birth, because you're keeping in the incubator, and the child is still growing, and they are not nurturing by using the blood from the mother, but it's still growing. That is the God child. You don't have to worry. I'm just afraid that after you lose the menstrual cycle, then it will be just normal blood, and there's nothing. Or in the case of many of this blood coming out, you just this is very rare. It can never happen, but it would happen. Then that would be God who created that child. And you would be the highest blessing. Whoever the woman who can do that is the highest blessing, the highest blessed woman even it would cause a global, just like all of global impact. In the past, Virgin Mary they only know in Europe, not in Asia. But now, when it happened through the way that I explained to you, then all over the world they would all recognize. They will bring you, then you bring. They will take you and the child with, and each day you just transfer energy. Then that would cause a global impact. Then all over the world, that is the time when we will have wisdom enlightenment if that child is born. At that time, whatever you say, they listen to you. Now they don't listen to you. At that time, no matter what to say, they listen to you. Whether you say right or wrong, they listen to you. You don't need, because it is your mission. But that is the ability God had given the blessing to the humankind. So even if you say right or wrong, they listen to you. That would be the change of the body and the soul of the humankind. Only the hand of God who is here on earth to do this. That is how I summarize to answer your question about the technique and the way that you are able to form a child without a male sperm. Now in level 18, I show you, let's say, the photograph of the missing person. You receive a light of God around 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the chakra 6 of the first missing person, the photograph, 9 times. So the energy, you transfer energy. With the energy, you transfer, if your chakra 6 you feel hot, you continue to feel hot. When you transfer energy, after the transfer energy you still feel hot, that person is still missing, not dead. But when you just transfer energy the first time, and say after 9 times, but only after 6 or 7 times you transfer energy, you feel cold, then the person died. It's not missing, the person died. That is how I show you, give you my opinion in a technique to locate whether the missing person is alive or not. If the person is dead, then you feel cold. If the person is still alive, you feel warm from the chakra 6. When you transfer energy, and you're able to determine whether the person is still alive or not. That is the technique that you are able to measure by the energy to help to find out whether the missing person is alive or not. Now, according to the legend, sometimes according to the legend, when the person is about to die, like this student mentioned, perhaps the ancestors who guide you, or perhaps the soul who are close to your body take your soul to be their friends, accompany them, because the soul live together. Do not think that out in space they are nothing, but there are many of these beings. Because with our eyes we cannot see them. The deity does not reveal to us to see them. If we can see them, we cannot do anything. We are so afraid. So that's why we cannot see. That is the reason there's an invisible world. In the physical world right here, it is in the material, that physical body. So that's why we cannot see this being. But the people are about to die, their soul, and together with the other soul, sometime you see some of the case, the other soul tell them to go and suddenly to revive this person, to revive again, live for a few months. One of my family members, after 3 months without eating and about to die. But I don't know, for any reason. When I phoned home to visit in the past, I did not. I phoned home to visit and said that their mother is about to die. When they were sick, and I gave them the money to give her the money and transfer energy to help due to the sickness. After several months, she didn't eat anything, just drinking a little water and still lying in bed waiting to die. When I phoned home, the child said the mother is about to die, and I said, I mentioned that after death, then I give you the money to buy the coffin and then and buy the land to bury. That is my duty. So when I telephoned, they are so happy, and they give the phone, and then she was glad, and she walked from her bed to the phone to talk to me, and she was not, she was able to live for 30 more days, and she told me to this and that, revealed to me everything, and asked me to help her children. And she said that if she died, and so she tell me I buy the land and then help her with the burial. 30 days later she died. So in a way that she talked to me and asked me to help her children because they are poor. After I talked to her, she was able to live for 30 more days. Eventually, she died. Go on, next question.
In Spain, you have another question, is that right?
We have another question then?
Go ahead.
Yes. The student wants to know, Master, yes, in each level there is a different soul. What does it remain? Who am I? What's my true self? When I look at myself in the mirror, before and after each level, I still recognize myself. I see the same person. How come? Is it possible that it's only the accompanying souls that change? And another question from the student is, now with the universal energy, in a way we are following the right path. This is the third time, and according to your words, Master, is this the last time? Or we might have another opportunities? These are the questions from the students. Thank you very much, Master.
Now, through your question, let me answer for you. Now, as you know, each time when you go through the change in the soul, the meaning, your personality may change from good to bad, bad to good, or altogether good or bad. That normally in the past you wasn't like that. From a principle and a mentality in a human, then whatever you say, you follow it. But now your lesson, you say something, you do something else. They go first and you go later. Whatever you want to do, suddenly you don't do. You change, constantly change. All the people may see that you are so strange, and you yourself, you may see it is so strange. That is your changes in your character and personality, so you are able to learn two lessons. As you learn the two lessons through the change in your character, good and bad, or altogether good and bad. So that your soul, as a higher soul, training your body, as you are trained, you need to know in both aspects, not only in one. When you know in both aspects, then you can combine as one, then you have everything. My teaching and also your new soul, to merge your soul to teach, that is the reason I reveal that for you, so you don't feel puzzled. You ask yourself, how come in the past you are so good? You are learning to the high levels, you're supposedly to develop spiritually, but now how come you act so strange? That is what you are learning. You learn that strange thing, that opposite things, so you are able to excel. In the past, you're only going in one direction. As you're walking on a smooth road, and you think that it is very good, you keep on going on that. And you go too fast, then suddenly an animal or a buffalo jump in ahead, and then you hit, and then you die. So you go on a rough road in a mountain area, going to the jungle, to the hill, for example, so that you know where to hide. If you go into the jungle, you may see animals, you know them, and you know the danger, so you can avoid them. So you go through the trial, then you know. When you know through this suffering and the trial, then you are able to prevent and help. In that way, your soul is higher to train your body. It doesn't mean that now you learn at level 18, you're in a level 16, 17, you look at level up to a level, and you're looking younger and younger, and eventually you're looking younger than your granddaughter. Do you want to be like that? That's the relation. From old, you as a higher level, and you look at yourself in the mirror. Suddenly, your granddaughter is 8-year-old, and you look just like a 2-year-old girl. Meaning the youth is in your heart, in your mind, so that you are able to serve, to help people. Now we're talking about your true self, your soul, as God has sent down here. That is your true self. For that reason, your soul can teach your body to learn about the true self. From the past until now, your body, there's no one on earth with a physical body that you can discover your true self. All the people as a human, good and bad, I tell you the truth. The human have the bad tendency more than good, including no matter how high they are in this world, in the position of society. All of those who are the highly influential, if many of them are good, then we don't have the problem of war. They use the excuse of the economy of the country to help the people. But then when they have the business, when they have $100, for example, then all of the high people, they take away 70 and leave only 30 for the people. Religion, ABC, they tell you to do this and do that. They tell you to do it, but they could not do it. How can you follow it? That is a suffering. The most suffering is they don't do it. They tell you to do it. That's why it's so difficult in the human world. You can see that. That is why we suffer. So how we can really establish the balance, to have that harmony, materially and spiritually, to live that harmony, so we all can have that true self. For that reason, I teach you, as the soul is sent by God to your body. Your body, as I train you to help your body to really have your true self, to combine with your soul. Then, as you can merge collectively to help those who do not have the true self to regain their true self, to help those who are unhappy so they can bring their joy, to help those who have difficulties so they can solve, for those who are unhappy, for those who are suffering, to have peace, to help all of these people. That is only the ability of God who can help us in this level 20. You and me, we have more mission. You have to prepare yourself. If even you don't want to merge, you will, because you merge to help your family, your country, your family, not for me. I don't benefit any. For that reason, the motive forces you. You have to do it. To do it for your country, your people, your religion, then you have to do it. You cannot abandon them because you love them. You're in that country, then you have to protect your own country, your own people. If you're in a family, then you have to love your family members. You're in this religion, then you love your own religion. You don't have to have anyone else. Each of you take care of your own people, take care of your own religion. You don't have to have other religion. You don't have to have other people. Even if you don't want to, you have to do it. This is how God is so clever. Because if God is not, then who is? At that time, you would not be lazy. Because this is for the benefit. Even if you see the benefit tell you to jump down to the river, even if they have crocodile, you would jump down. By the time you jump in, the crocodile will be afraid of you. So don't worry. When you learn in a high level, everything has been arranged by God, as we have the mission and duty, so we are able to contribute. When your true self is out, you are able to have full knowledge that in the previous levels, in many years, many of the books have revealed that a number of you had asked. When I said in a very practical way, I said that I have learned the spiritual path for a long time, but now as I'm high, If you tell me to jump down the mountain into the river to become any being, I don't. I'd rather be a human being. It's better. Secondly, now let's say a boiling oil. They tell me to jump in there to become something. I don't need to jump in to become. I'd rather be a Master Đáng. I tell you the truth. When we live, we need to be practical. On this, I tell you one of the funny story for you. I have a family, also my family members. My niece with her husband. I tell you the truth. He said that, my God. He said that, my dear and my honey. Always talk to whenever she addressed her husband, honey. She keep on always telling him to do many things. So one day he answered his wife. He said that, my dear, you don't have to tell me honey or anything. Just don't tell me to do anything if you don't. Because each time when she talks sweet to him and she ordered him to do many things, my God, when she ordered him to do so many things, she talks so sweet. And if she doesn't, then she would yell. So that's why her husband always, he said, don't talk sweet talk, but because she always ordering him to do many things. So as you learn on the spiritual path, you have to fully understand in order to help. My point is, you have to establish with our true self. We have the wisdom in order to help, not to harm. Most of the people in the East, I don't know about the West, because I live in the East. They have this problem. The entire East, tradition, culture, family, with love. In my country, from the East, love meaning we hurt. It doesn't mean love to help or to save them. Because of the love, there's nothing that they can do. That is the love from the East. For the West, I just know partially. They are very precise and clear-cut. Over here, it's not. They love the grandparents and the children, grandchildren, the husband and wife, all of the links in all the family members. They love 180 links. So, because now all the ancestors, that's how they have a device with 180 links, all the family members. Over here, they when the children is making the food, when the mother making the meal is to feed the whole large family. That is from the East. For the West, it's not like that. Whatever you eat, and just bring just enough. But for the East, whatever you want to eat, they make enough to feed. They make one meal, supposedly to feed just three, but it is for the whole family. That is the culture in Vietnam and for the Asian. Always, they like to treat and share to all in Europe. In Europe, they're very clever. Let's say you have your boyfriend or girlfriend, and you go, each of you pay for yourself. But from the East, especially the Vietnamese, the rich, they take the family members and they cover for everything. If even for 10 days to eat, they pay, because when they have money, they pay for all. In Vietnam, or the Chinese, 10 days take them to eat, and you always pay for all of them. You know why? Because the Asian and the Vietnamese, I tell you the truth, it's not that they are stupid, they are very clever. You know why? They pay for 10% to eat, and then through this 10% to advertise. In a way, instead of spending 10,000 for advertising, just spend 1,000 to take them to eat. So the Vietnamese and the Chinese, they are so clever. It's not that they are stupid and they, because they are so clever, that including me. That's what I do. I'm just telling you the experience in life. It is not that they are dumb because of their public relation. That's how they to use less money for advertising. That is because of the business transaction. That's how they. I just want to share with you on that, just as a funny story, because I'm a Vietnamese, and we have a lot of love a lot because I have to take care of 180 links in the family. All the links, now I'm going to Europe, Africa, America. So I have all 5 continents with so many links. That's how I want to share with you. As a means for you to learn and also feel happy, and you are able to research further. These are the result of our learning to help people. That is a true self. Then we have everything. For that reason, my mission is to teach you so you have the true self of your body, not the soul. And the body never have the true self, I tell you the truth. So that the books are all wrong. Now your true self, you can appear so that your soul is not like that. That is only in theory. They don't fully understand that concept. The true self of the body in the human world, as we are still eating and wearing, we don't have that true self. Until when we die, then we have the true self. But when you are alive, and from life I send you to death already, and then from death back to life. For that reason, I can teach you to have the true self. Additionally, the deities send a new soul into your body, and this soul has the ability. Then, with this ability, can help your body to develop your true self through the teaching and the technique that I have taught you. Then, with your body, with the true self, then you can have everything. Why? To help others to develop their true self just like us, not for pleasure or for people to boast you, for ego. If you do it like that for your body, then you will never have your true self. Today I explain clearly for you how come you have the true self and what is the true self, what is the true self, and I explain fully for you. So you are able to learn and you understand. So you are able to contribute to help people because you are born in this world. You are born in these countries, and you are born in that religion. So it is your mission. You have to contribute to them to carry out for yourself, for your family, for your own religion. That is, I explained for you about the true self of your body, of a person, and that person has been chosen by the deity to send a soul with ability to help the human world. Now, as you know, from my understanding, it's not the books. I learned from the deities. Supposedly the first time for the humankind to have wisdom and enlightenment, that is the first time in Atlantis. They failed. That was a time the deities had experiment in the human world. We are not able to achieve according to the will of the deities. For that reason, they erase everything. Then they have to return back to the deities, and in a second time, all of them, they come into Egypt. Hopefully, the second time, these Egyptian masters can help to develop spiritually for all the people to have wisdom and enlightenment. Then the first ruler in Egypt was a woman. That the human, and also the Egyptian, we refer to the goddess Nut. In fact, goddess Nut was the highest ruler. A woman, not a man. Because the Egyptian, each time when the king or the queen travel out to the public, they wear a mask so nobody can reveal their identity. But in fact, it was a woman as a ruler. At that time, Goddess Nut had asked many of the spiritual masters with the ability to help the people in Egypt to develop on the spiritual path, and furthermore to help the humankind to develop on the spiritual path. But then the time wasn't right. This master, when they came as advisor for her, but they did not want to develop on a spiritual path, but they want to develop to be the king, to take the throne, to be the ruler in the material world. For that reason, the ability slowly disappeared. And then waited for almost 50,000 years. In my people, I really do not know. My country, we do not know. I'm born just like other people. But there's one strange thing, that afterwards, when I think about it, together with me, working together with me, I work better and faster than my colleagues. I can do many things. People supposedly take a few weeks or a month to complete the work. I would do it in a few days. I have knowledge and I can find anything. I can work very fast and efficient. At that time, perhaps, the deities gave me the lesson to learn from low to high. And at that time, I did not learn anything on a spiritual path. When I realized it, then I started to learn on the spiritual path. I learned quite fast. As I mentioned to you already on the first day, when I closed my eyes and I pray to the deities and meditate, I was in a meditative state. That was almost 35 years ago. That is, I'm very lucky that I was able to meditate on the first time. When I meditate, I received message right away until now, today. So that was in the past. At the present time, I want to share with you, when we are fortunate that the high soul that the deity sent to us, try our best to carry out, not for a stranger, not for your other countries, not for a different religion, but in fact it's for yourself, your own religion. Each of you in your own religion, in your own family, in your own country, all of you all together, combined together. That is the brotherly love that we all together. Each of you, you have your mission in your own religion, over here, over there. Each of you, when we all sit together, this is the lesson for all of us. As we are here, we come to help. So when you have the mission, we all help all together, then all can benefit from this. So that would be the day, the happiest day in the large Iwi family, that in each level, through the time, as you had learned, you can carry out. That is the blessing that God had given to your country, your own religion. Next question.
Okay. Arkadaşlar, lütfen. You hear me? I'm not muted.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. The first question of the student.
La primera pregunta es sobre.
Spain. Mute, please, everybody. Make sure you're muted.
The first question of the student is about the newborn baby and its soul. If the soul of the newborn baby has a very high frequency, does this in any way interfere with the soul of the mother? And the soul, does, if it's a highly developed soul, is it possible that the soul chooses also the mother of the being born baby? What about doing the exercise to travel to the outer space when you are pregnant? Is there any importance of being pregnant when doing the exercise, practicing the exercise? The last question is about the spiritual space. She's asking whether it is possible that we have duplicates or copies as humans in some other dimension of the spiritual space. Is that possible? Thank you, Master, in advance for your answers.
Now, through your questions, as you ask, I want to share with you my experience to give you the means so you can learn and progress. Now, as the high soul of the newborn baby, whether that soul is high, no matter how high that soul is, as the body is small, it cannot do anything. In the future, when the humankind with the wisdom and enlightenment, we don't know about the future, but at the present time, in the 20th century, as I'm born, Master Đáng, 20 years later after I learned, then almost 50 years in my life, then I would know the identity of my soul and to recognize my mission. At a young age, we cannot do anything, no matter how high the soul is. The soul cannot do anything, including this indigo child. So I explain on that concept for you. However, if the soul of the mother giving born to the child has a high soul, that is God who chose, not the soul can choose. And this soul do not have the right to choose. Do not think that the high soul then we have to interfere. Just like you can see, Jesus Christ as the highest being, the Virgin Mary gave birth to Jesus Christ. The Virgin Mary gave birth, everybody see Jesus Christ as the highest being, but Mary also have the ability, but this is chosen by God. So you don't have to worry about this. The important part is if the mission of the children, that is our family, we have the blessing that God had given. That is how I explain for you. Do not worry about this. Now, for those of you who are pregnant, when you practice, you travel out to space, or you are learning in this high level, your children, when they are born, they don't have any health problem or any complication. When you give birth, they would look very intelligent and smart. This is very important. I know some of the pregnant women, sometimes the soul doesn't enter the fetus until when the delivery time, when the infant is born, then the soul will enter. That is an ordinary soul. But the highest soul, the moment of birth, then the soul will enter the infant. The moment the infant is delivered, then the soul will enter. In a normal case, because it is a pity for this soul, the ordinary soul, to wait for the cycle to reincarnate, to learn. The moment they enter inside the womb, after a few days, then the infant died, then the soul had to wait again in line. They cannot reincarnate right away. That's why very rare the soul dare to enter the womb. At the moment of delivery, if they want to enter, then they can go in. If they are fortunate, then the infant will live and grow up, and then they can learn for almost 100 years. If not, the infant was born and died at a young age, then it's a pity for the soul have to wait in line again for reincarnation. That is an ordinary soul. They don't have the right to choose, and they have to go in line waiting to be able to reincarnate into a body to learn and progress. If our soul is fortunate that the body cooperates to help the soul to evolve, then the soul can learn and evolve faster. But it's a pity for the soul who enter the body and the body is blocking the soul and doesn't help the soul to evolve, then that would be a pity for that soul. They have to wait for a longer time to learn and evolve. Just like right now, in the human world, as you are learning and you continue to learn and you can progress, but if you do not go to school anymore, then you have to learn the class again. That is a simple way I explain for you in school, so you understand the concept. They are not in parallel with us because we are different and spiritual world is different. Always in the spiritual world, they have three levels. The lower one from the chakra 3 down, and the second one it's from the chakra 3 up to chakra 5, and then the highest one, the chakra 5 and higher. So in this 3 level, they are not just like us. However, they can help us. To help us, meaning from the chakra 3 up to the chakra 5, and the deities who can help this soul close to our body to protect our physical body, because our body in the future, as God has chosen to help people, therefore God sent these souls who have the ability to protect our body. Most of you, the EV practitioner, you are very fortunate in that sense. For that reason, you are able to help the wandering soul to return back to the light. When you have your chakra open 100%, open 100%, meaning your soul can learn. As the soul, the deity sent down to protect your body, so that you are the instrument of God. As God has chosen you to serve, to help in the physical and the spiritual world, to help the soul and the body of all the people. That is how I explain for you. It will be different, not like the same like you think in terms of parallel. So now we take a 1 hour break and we can resume later. So now we have only a few more hours before the end of the class. I hope that for the past few days, as you learn from the level 16 up to level 18, these are the special case that I want to help a number of you to give you the opportunity so you can practice to transform your body into energy to travel out to space. In parallel to that, I want you to try to practice to merge to help a sick person. So you are used to that, to do that for each person at a time. Slowly, when you go on to the higher levels, you would be able to learn to merge collectively. In a way, you can help people with wisdom and enlightenment just like you. Therefore, we volunteer to learn first. We learn the difficult lessons, the experience from the deities who guide me and I teach you, so that all of us, we can contribute to help this world. That is, we are very fortunate, the deities who gave us this mission. For that reason, I hope all of you, after you graduate the level 18, and then next week, you have a chance, you can merge to help a living person. Once you are used to it, in the future, when you go on to the higher levels, you will have more ability, so you are able to contribute to help other people. And these are the humans who are linked to you. You can help all the people to learn to love each other without selfishness, to avoid the case of chaos that had happened in many decades in the past, that caused all the humans in the world to have crisis, to have suffering. That is the reason we have the teaching of UE, in order to contribute, to share with everything that we have learned from the deities, to share to all of the people who are linked to us by faith. The most important part, that is for those of you, you volunteer to learn first, so I can guide you. Then all of us together, hold hand together, we can serve humanity. Now, I'll let you ask questions, and I hope with the following questions, you are able to achieve and learn higher as I share with you my experience. So you go back to your country, you can apply in order to meet the demands to help other people. So now we continue on in Belarus, and now you can ask.
Добрый вечер, уважаемый мастер. Мое имя Анатолий Ледовский. Но положено представление. Мастер, скажи, пожалуйста, вот сейчас в мире уже затронуто старые религии, христианское, ислам, буддизм, начинают как-то устаревать, изживать себя. Наша школа не служит ли истоком, семечком, Будхи, истока для новой религии, мировой религии, единой для всей Земли? Второй вопрос. Вот универсальная энергия представляет из себя набор комбинированных частот. Что или кто служит генератором для этих частот? Таким образом, мы с помощью своей мысли можем управлять точечно или по площадям, или объемно этой энергией. Ну да, я энергетик. И третий вопрос. Если множество людей на Земле будут обладать универсальной энергией, что может измениться? То есть у людей новый орган вырастет, что ли? Или еще что-нибудь, что они станут обладать совестью, чтобы не грести под себя, от себя, людям отдавать. Что нужно сделать? Люди изменятся, сознание их расширится, или же новые люди родятся. Куда денутся старые тогда? Спасибо, мастер.
Yes. All religions, Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, they seem to be getting, or they seem to be losing actuality, not corresponding to the start not to be in correspondence with the needs of the present day society. So could we assume that School of Universal Energy is I repeat, dear Master, my name is Anatoly Ledovsky. I have a number of questions. First of all, it seems that all religions, such as Christianity or Islam and Buddhism, they start to lose their actuality for the present day world. They now less and less correspond to the needs of present day society. So can we assume that the School of Universal Energy is that seed of love, seed of the Bodhi tree, or the origin of the new religion that will combine all people in this world? Second question. You said, dear Master, that universal energy is energy of combined frequencies. I would like to ask, who is the generator of these frequencies? Well, I'm energy engineer. I'm a specialist in energy engineering by my education, so maybe this is the reason of such an approach of mine. Who is generating this energy? Then how can we manage this energy using our thoughts, maybe in a point manner, in a focal manner, or maybe managing the area of the energy, so to be able to use the energy, change that energy according to our needs. My third question. With increasing number of people who use universal energy, increasing number of people who use universal energy is probably going to lead to certain changes. Maybe in the level of consciousness of people, the level of consciousness of society, in the way people behave. I would like to ask you, how would these changes be taking place? Could you please explain how these changes would be taking place? How would this lead to the appearance of a new society? And where will this lead us to? Okay, new people would come. Does that mean that the old people who were behaving and living in the old manner would disappear? What would happen? How would the world be with an increasing number of universal energy students? Thank you very much.
Through this question, as you ask, let me answer for you to help you with the means in order to learn and progress. First of all, I confirm with you that the religious founder of all the religion in the world request Master Dang to remind all their followers to develop on a spiritual path and to help their religion to develop higher. These are the followers of these religions. In the past few days, I had mentioned to you, when you are able to achieve this goal, the first one you should thank, meaning you thank God first. Then you thank your religion, the religious founder, because you have completed your mission. My mission as I come here is to remind, to help you to have wisdom and enlightenment. Besides the fact you are able to help your country, your people, your religion, furthermore, you can help all the other countries, all the other religions in the future. That is, I confirm clearly for you, this is not a religion. If there is, we would have dogmas. There will be laws and regulations, but in UE, we don't have any dogmas or rules or regulation. So No matter how you wish to act, it's up to your own personal choice. You want to learn from any master, you can. You can keep your own religion. I don't have any discrimination. And you want to go to any country to follow the culture, I don't have any restriction. I give you all the freedom of choice. I don't interfere with your freedom of choice. Therefore, it is not a religion. If it is a religion, then they would have rules, dogmas, and laws, and also many things that I give you all the freedom to help you, how you are able to develop, to have the ability to protect your family, to your people, your religion. That is a point I want to confirm for you before the end of the class. And through this question from the student from Russia, and on your second part of the question, universal energy is a combined frequency. We cannot see, we cannot measure, but we know how to use it effectively. From the time when you have your chakra open 100%, you are able to help the wandering soul to evolve. In the case when they possess the people, you are able to help this soul for the living people. In the case of mental problem, you are able to help easily. And you have achieved the objective 100%, not even 90 or 95%. That is on the first case. On the second part, I mentioned to you in the past few days, only in the case of just a normal flu. In the case of a flu, that is one of the minor health problems, and also in the case of allergies that affect all over the world. In all of the people, in any country in the world, more or less, you have allergies or flu, whether it is minor or major. But then I have presented to you for the past few days, in the case of a flu, normally you take a pill, and then if it is longer, then you have to take a stronger dose in order to help you with the case of a flu. However, once you have the chakra open 100%, you have the ability, you have the immune strength. In the case of a flu, you are able to help yourself, perhaps in 5 or 7 years, or maybe you can find a cure. Only just in the case of minor flu, not to mention about the severe problem that there is no means, medical means to help these people to find a cure. And you don't even need to use anything except only universal energy, and you are able to meet the demand to solve all of this incurable disease, that you are able to handle it. If you success in only helping one person, then you see you have achieved already. But at this time, in many countries in the world, all the students, you have many cases that you are helping, countless number of cases. The most difficult case that may lead to death, and you are able to save these people. Even though you are not able to help the entire human race, but at least 1 out of 1,000 or 2 out of 1,000 you are able to achieve. Because there are many cases that the hospital had given up, but you were able to help. And there were many cases that supposed to die, and you are able to save them to go back to their normal life. In that way, then you can imagine universal energy, you are not able to measure or touch, but you are able to use it effectively. So when you are treating people in the lower levels, you treat one person 30 seconds. You treat 10 person 30 seconds. And you treat collectively in a list of 100 people 30 seconds. And 1,000 people 30 seconds. In summary, the time that I have decided, due to the need and the demands of these people, let's say 1,000 kilowatt of energy, you can receive in 30 seconds, you can send 1,000 kilowatt to help 1,000 people. And there's no problem to your body. You are like a medium who knows how to use universal energy. You receive and you send to help 1,000 people. But the benefit is always for you, as you are the transformer from the universe, to transform that energy into human energy, so you can transfer that energy to humans that adapt to the frequencies, adapt to the temperature of the bodies of these people, you are able to help these 1,000 people to find a cure. The reason I present to you like that, in the future, with the antenna that you have, it may not have any value in the world, but if you use celestial energy, then it symbolizes just like a transformer, and that has no effect with the positive or negative pole. With celestial energy going through the antenna model, and from the antenna model, it transmits to generate electrical power that you use in your household without any effect or danger, because this is celestial energy from a general principle in using electricity. Then with this antenna model, it has no value in terms of generating electricity, but it is drawing celestial energy into the circuit, so it is just like a normal object. Just like I mentioned to you, a person to transfer energy 30 seconds, and due to the need to help 1,000 people, only 30 seconds. This means that 1,000, and then you have to multiply from 30 seconds to 1,000. Universal energy is infinite out in the universe. Whatever we need, then the deities give you sufficiently to meet that demand, no more or less. Enough for the demand to help 1,000 people to heal them. In the future, if we use the celestial energy through the antenna model, that is how you are able to use that energy. And with the antenna that I had placed in Vietnam, in Australia, in the future, many countries had ordered. That is how I explain for you in the invisible side. We are able to have the lower soul to evolve so that you can establish social order without the disruption of this wandering soul. As I know in some country, they want to clean in terms of the wandering soul out in space, in the region. They may need to find this sorcerer to capture this wandering soul. When this wandering soul are out loose in the world, that would cause a lot of problem in the human world, because they've been trapped and they were released. The teaching of UE were allowed by the deities, so we can help this wandering soul to evolve. We can help to cleanse the air, to cleanse the frequency of energy without the problem that causes social disruption in the human world. That is the benefit from the spiritual world. In the physical world, this is one of the strange phenomena that nobody can do it. Using the antenna model that can receive all the powerful energy without any danger to your household or the region where you live, without the case of power loss. That may cause some problem to the whole region or your family. This is the experiment, the first experiment starting from June 2007 in the future, because for the first time, as I placed a big pyramid in Australia, but I'm so busy with all of the class schedules. So after this class, I can have 4 weeks to rest. Then during these 4 weeks, I have a chance to carry out to research about the antenna. The first antenna that placed in Australia, and the second one placed in Vietnam with the 3 antennas that I had mentioned to you. Now let me explain to you already. All the people, if they need to eat, then you give them the means to eat the food, the drinks. But if they do not need the food or the drinks, then they decide, let them decide. We don't have any comments. Our mission we give to all, because it doesn't belong to us. It belongs to the deities who give to us. We are able to use it. We can use it, meaning we are sharing to all of those who need it infinitely. But whether they do not accept it, then you cannot give it to them. Even if you give it to them, they don't take it. Even if they take it, they throw it away. That is their own business. Now for us, do you have the ability or not? You have, then continue on to practice, to improve your ability, to use universal energy more, so you are able to share to all the people who need it. Then it will be beneficial for all the people that and you send to other people unconditionally. As you know, to receive the message from the deities, you are the unknown people. You give and you go away. You don't need to let them know who you are, what you do. You are working for the deities. Then the deities who know you, and you know the deities, and that's all you need. For others, you don't need them to know. Your mission is to receive and you give and then you go away. Just like the mission of Master Đáng. I come to teach you. After you learn and then you go and I go, we're just depart from each other. We're not close to each other. It doesn't mean I teach you and then you have to be close to me or I am close to you so that you can serve me. No, I don't need this. It is needed. You help your family, your country, your people. This is more needed. To help your religion, this is more needed. To me, I don't need that. So you listen carefully. So, in the case of learning UE, for the past few days I mentioned to you, I hope that in July I'll train at least 1,000 of you to learn the level 20. And among the 1,000 who representing 5 continents, a student who learn the level 20, you can open chakra 100%, you can transfer energy for level 4 without any limit. That is the first. Second, each of the student, the level 20 student, I will let them merge collectively, infinite number of people, no limit. Supposedly, only one session is enough, but no. It doesn't mean that I just help 6 billion because I'm helping many more billions in the future. That's why I continue to train more level 20. I don't know when in the future. So that will give you the opportunity to contribute to help your family, your country, your society, and your religion. And the more it multiply out. Why? So that I hope with the percentage of people who are left behind who do not accept it, to help them, to convince them so they can receive it. Once they receive it, it's not for their benefit, not for us. And if at the worst case, intentionally or unintentionally, they do not accept it, then we cannot do anything. There's nothing we can do. That is how I share with you. The case whether the number of students learn more or less, to me, is not as important. The more of you who come to learn, but if you don't apply it, then it has no purpose. So I'd rather have a small number of people, but they can do it. That's why I have the 15% of these people who learn, but they don't do it. Then what is the purpose of learning? So you rather leave the space for people who learn, who can do it. I tell you the truth. For others, I will let a lot of people who to learn for my own benefit, but no, the benefit here is you are able to help mankind, for the benefit of the mankind, not for me. The benefit for your country, for your people, for your family, for your religion. Then I encourage you to learn, help you to learn, so you are able to do it. But to help you to learn, and then you go back and you boast and you try to dominate people, then what is the purpose of learning? Then in that you will leave your space for others who learn, who have the responsibility, then it will be better. So the first session, I'm very careful, depending on each case that I will let, doesn't mean that I help all to learn, because in the past I'm so easy, but this class I have to be careful to have those who really need it. So they have the ability to help mankind, then I help them to learn. But if you learn and you don't do it, then I tell you the truth. It will be just like you pour sand into a bowl and try to cook to make it to become rice. It's so difficult. So I hope and I also pray for those people try to learn, to practice, to do it not for themselves, for others. That will include your family, your country. Now go on, next question.
Здравствуй, дорогой мастер. Спасибо большое за семинар и за те знания, которые ты даешь нам. Мы чувствуем, как мы сильно меняемся за эти дни. Мы узнали очень многого, но, наверное, самое главное, что осознали, это то, что очень мало времени уделяли практике универсальной энергии. Вопросы, которые я задаю, они не только от моего имени, а от целой группы студентов, потому что, к сожалению, времени не хватило, чтобы спросили все. Воля Бога и воля человека. Объясни, пожалуйста, эти понятия. Может быть, это одно и то же? И в этой связи я хочу конкретный пример привести вот с вопросом. У нас в медицине очень распространена практика, когда людей кодируют от вредных привычек, в частности, от алкогольной зависимости, от табакокурения. И после срока вот этой кодировки люди очень сильно меняются. Они становятся как зомби, и они как будто разрушены. Даже с помощью универсальной энергии им очень сложно помочь. Воля Бога была вот на такие вещи. И что происходит в этот момент с душой? Почему эти люди не восстанавливаются после вот этого кодирования? Это первый вопрос. Второй вопрос связан с ультраклетками. В методичке базового уровня есть информация об этих клетках. Они имеют особый состав, особый статус и особые функции выполняют в человеке. Если можно, то поподробнее об этом. И третий вопрос. Духовный смысл союза мужчины и женщины. Можно ли качественно эволюционировать в одиночестве? И еще, мастер, мы тебя очень любим, и мы сделаем все, чтобы оправдать твои надежды, чтобы ты гордился нами. И приезжай в Беларусь.
Dear Master, I would like to thank you for this wonderful seminar that you are giving. We are receiving a lot of useful knowledge these days, changing very much. Realize that maybe we did not dedicate enough time to practicing what you teach us level after level. Dear Master, a few questions of various students actually, because now that the seminar is coming to end, many people wouldn't be able to ask their questions otherwise. First one, dear Master, could you please explain about the will of God and the will of man? Is it something different? Is it, could we say that in a way it is the same thing? I would give an example, she says. For example, I'm working in the medical field, and in medicine, oftentimes people are coded against tobacco or alcohol dependence. Medicine uses some types of coding so that a person is unable to smoke a cigarette or drink alcohol. If he does that, he has terrible headaches or whatever that prevents him from doing that. However, we notice that when time passes, when the period of time for which a person is coded passes, that person becomes very weak. We could say that he is destroyed in a way, behaves like zombie, and it's very difficult to help such people. So I'd like to ask you whether there was, this is the reason why I'm asking, was there a will of God for this? What happens with the soul when it is being coded? Second question, dear Master, you've mentioned about ultracells since the basic level, and there is a mention of ultracells in the basic level booklet. It says that they have special functions, special purpose. Could you please tell us more about that? Third one, dear Master, could you please speak and give more information about the spiritual meaning of a man-woman union between man and woman? Is there a possibility for any person to evolve and to have quality evolution if he is lonely without a partner? And last is, dear Master, I'd like to say that all of us, we love you. We will try to do our best so that you will be proud of us. And welcome to Belarus. Please come to Belarus. Thank you very much.
Now, through your question, let me answer for you. On the first part, when you God always wants us to have wisdom and enlightenment, so that your body can develop your true self. so you are able to contribute to help the human world. For that reason, God created the human and the low living creatures with the link together, so that if the humans, as God had created, to see if we fall into the material or the spiritual. However, for almost 3 billion years, the human almost reached the state of wisdom enlightenment, but unfortunately, the people with wisdom and enlightenment, they are not in uniform, meaning not all of them can reach it to help the whole earth, to have the power to travel to other planets, to bring the human species over there. That is, I want to point out, the people in Atlantis, they had the ability, they were able to transform, to go anywhere, the body can transform into energy so easily at that time. In the previous level, as well as this one I mentioned to you, that is the people in Atlantis, and secondly, the people in Egypt, and at the final time, the people in my country, as well as the large Ewe family. We are the third successor that the deities allowed us, so that the deities help us to be enlightened, to help others to develop that wisdom enlightenment just like us. That is the will of God, but the human, they do not want to. Also, in the teaching of Ewe right here, we are not like superstitious, but we learn and we do it, we see the result. But how many people can believe? But at least we are more fortunate than 3 billion years ago. The top scientists, the influential people, they cannot do it. They were lost or they died. We don't know for any reason. For that reason, this time, an unknown soul that come into the body of Master Lương Minh Đáng, no name, no age. But then, it can help in many aspects. Sometimes when you see so high, and sometimes you see so low. Sometimes you see so good, or sometimes you see so bad. So people cannot guess. If we follow from low to high to always be good, then half of the way, I would die already. I'm not be able to sit here to teach you, or I'll be missing already. And others, whether they believe or not, or whether they criticize good or bad, it's not as important to me. The part that they want to hurt me, then the deities have helped me in many ways. As they see me as a bad person, and as an incapable, a bad person, then nobody would harm. They want to harm or pay attention to those with the ability. So that's why when they see me as lowly, as bad, then they don't pay attention to me. That is a way the deities want to cover me, to help me to complete my mission, to help all the people who come to me, so that they can regain their wisdom and enlightenment in order to help their own family, religion, country, not for myself. That is how I explain clearly for you, so you can understand. In the case of these drugs or medication, when you are in the field of medical, you understand any of the drug to try to help, there's always have the side effects. So this is the man-made. As the human, God has given us the freedom of choice, and God also gave us the brain of understanding. That is the people who accept. As they accept, if they don't accept, then the soul cannot do anything. Let's say instead of smoking, or if you don't drink or smoke, you may live 80 years or a century. Then your soul will be more fortunate that they can be around for 80 years or 100 years. But then if you don't accept to help your soul, and you get drunk, and you go to a party, lead a reckless lifestyle with drugs, smoking, then you are hurting your own soul. You are not helping your own soul. No matter how high your soul, but if your body cannot help, then the soul will depart. That is because of your wish. The soul doesn't want to. The soul wants to help you, to train you, so that you can have wisdom, enlightenment, to help mankind. The soul doesn't need the alcohol. The soul doesn't need to go party. The soul doesn't need to smoke. That is only your body. The soul doesn't want this. That's how I explain for you. Therefore, as you are not able to help, including for me, for those who are smokers, do they want to quit or not? If they want to, then I can transfer energy, they can quit. Sometimes in front of their wife, they said they promised to quit, but then they do not. In front of the husband, they said they quit, but they cannot. So no matter how you try, they are not able to. But for alcohol, there's some, you're able to help them by using the smaller amount of the liquor. That is to help to strengthen our body. So let's say the glass of wine, as I had mentioned to you, to help them to reduce the alcohol consumption. Let's say that when they're drinking, you transfer energy, you do not let them know. So instead of each day they drink 10 glasses of wine, but they only drink 3. My point here is you're able to help them to reduce 60 to 70%. We cannot totally help them to quit drinking wine. In any case, I do not help them to completely quit drinking wine, because that is a freedom of choice of the human. That is God who given them this freedom of choice. It is not that God forbid them, so they can do whatever they want. I'm no exception. As God had given to you all the freedom of choice, so I cannot block your freedom of choice. I can only give you my opinion to help you, to show you, to practice, to do it, so you are able to help others. I do not have the right to stop you. I have the right to teach you when you need. But as I teach you, to give you my opinion, sometimes you don't listen. And you try to do it according to your own mind, and then you blame God. And by that time, it's all done. So I tell you to do this, do that, you don't listen. You do it according to your will, and then you say, my God, how come I suffer? My God, how come I have this and have that? Do not blame God. I don't have the ability, but then my soul have the ability. And when you ask, my soul answer, it's not the body of Master Lương Minh Đáng answer to you. And when you don't understand, and you request the soul Master Đáng to explain to you, you ask the body of Master Đáng to help you, but that you don't do it. You don't apply. You listen to other people, then Master Đáng cannot do anything. I can only help you. Master Đáng do not force you. So Master Đáng cannot do anything. That is how I share with you. Now about the ultra cell, as you know, I remember on the 21st of August 1988, at that time I did not teach yet. I wrote it in by my hand. I still have the copy, more or less 10 pages. I still remember the date. At that time I didn't have the money. I write by hand, and then I have the original. I keep it and make copy to give it to others. That the document I give it to only 50 people, because I had a meeting. I gave it to my friends, and they read and they say it's so easy. And after my students they read it and they say it's so easy. It took them 10 years to be able to understand it. To read it, it may sound so smooth, but from 1988 until 1998, 10 years later, nobody could really understand what I wrote. Until when they reached to the high levels, they could not understand what is the meaning of what I wrote. Until when you reach the level 16, then you would be able to know many years later. When you knew it, then you're able to apply and successfully. The ultra cell, what is it? The God gene that the scientists are looking for, that we already have. If you wish, you have it. In the future, I teach you, you wish and you can have it. What is that for? That is more important. It doesn't mean that you have it and then to lead a reckless lifestyle and then to go gambling, you can have it. That is to have death. You can have death. I have taught you each step at a time. Now you're at the level 19, you're preparing for it, but you did not pay attention to it. If you wish, all of the energy out in space, and the conversion, and you would have. Now it is not complete yet. In the future, you will be able to merge to others, and whatever you wish you can have. with the condition that you wish for not for yourself, for others, then you will have it. And your soul will forewarn to you, and whatever you wish, you will have it, so that you can help people. That's how I explain for you. You listen carefully, with the condition that you have the ability, and that is the ability I teach you, not mine. The deities who reveal to teach you, so that with your wish, your desire, you are able to contribute to help mankind. And then in this year, after July, perhaps there are changes in the world environment a lot, in many aspects. The change to the positive. So you don't have to worry about wars, or you're afraid of America and Iran, or in Iraq, or in Israel, or in Palestine. You don't have to worry. Only in this year, it will solve everything calmly. We don't have any crisis. This is real, not fake. And you have to remember, I'm not a prophet. That is the deities who had arranged by universal energy to solve all of the people to know how to love each other without hatred. Then everything will be arranged peacefully. And that will be in the future. The future in this year, it doesn't mean that you have to wait for 30 years. That all of the people will have happiness to benefit, not just anyone in particular or any one country. Because when there is a struggle between two countries, but it may affect globally. Just like recently, you and me, we pray to the deities to transfer energy to help the European Constitution I had mentioned. If they can, then it would be a positive vote. If not, then they have to wait. I know they have to wait for several times, not just for the first time they can come up with it. So instead of continuing with the meeting, if they have a disagreement, so they finish 24 hours ahead for the next time when they meet again to see how they can devise the constitution, to see if it is positive or helpful for other countries. So that is the first experiment that you and me will try. This is the result that most of you in Europe, you are very happy. I don't know why you are happy, whether I do not know what the constitution is about. But when we transfer energy and you are glad, then for sure you don't agree. Then in a meeting they don't agree. So that is how I share with you. I explain for you about the ultra cell. You would be able to apply in a level 20 to serve people, not for ourselves. The time comes next month. So you don't have to wait. For those of you, hopefully that I have another level 19. When you come to level 19, then I will think of the program of level 20. You are not in the level 19 yet, so how do we talk about the level 20? So try, I will make arrangement through your request. I will try to arrange the level 19 to see what country can have the connection. That would be the technical aspect. I can teach anyone. First, in terms of the technical, and if you wish to learn, there are many countries. If you wish to learn at night, or you do learn at night or in the morning, there are so many cases. A number of you who learn in the morning, that will be easy for me. A number of you want to learn through the night, and I understand for Portugal. Each time when I teach for South America, with me in South America, we have from midnight in Australia here, that would be noon, but in Portugal, they have to learn through the night and have taught through the night. As you know, from 11 p.m. I start to teach until 9 in the morning. And I have taught like that. I remember it was 7 or 9 days, from 11 p.m. up to 9 a.m. I've been teaching from Australia here, because at that time, because I love the students, so now the students love me, they stay up for me. If I stay up, the students think that I would not be able to teach, so they stay up, and I try to teach, so you wait until then. Now let me explain for you. As you wish to ask, relate to spiritual sexual unification, not just for the couple, the husband and the wife, but for the clergy, the single people, you are still able to apply spiritual sexual unification. To apply spiritual sexual unification, meaning you are using universal energy to control your body to help people. We do not need the couples. We don't even need to have the spiritual sexual unification. But the important part is if you know how to use universal energy to help your body to have wisdom and enlightenment, to help others to have the same state of wisdom and enlightenment, you can do it. So instead of have the spiritual sexual unification, when you have the free time, you transfer energy, you practice, all of that, it is more valuable than practicing spiritual sexual unification. I tell you the truth. These are for those who are single, for those who are the clergies. You can do it. Or for those who are the single, who do not have the husband or the wife, you can still apply effectively to help people. That is the light of joy. This is the most precious gift in the world. This doesn't mean that you have to practice the spiritual sexual unification. But in the human world, as they need a family life, that's why, because you need to procreate. And normally, you would lose your strength and with old age. So with the teaching of UE, as the deity revealed to us, how we can do it, you can hold the aging process, and with the practice of spiritual sexual unification, we are able to develop physically and spiritually to help mankind. On this, you don't lose your strength. That is the reason I share with you, so you can understand. For those, the clergy, the single people, you can still practice spiritual sexual unification more effective than the couples. Next question. And also we have to get ready.
Необходимо приготовиться.
We have only 5 minutes, so we have to get ready because the master will do the energy transfer.
Передавать энергию.
For the energy transfer, chakra opening.
Энергии идет на активизацию чакр.
Дорогой мастер.
Подождите. Давайте попробуем задать вопрос, да.
Дорогой мастер, большое спасибо за замечательный семинар. Большое спасибо за школу. После того, как я пришел в эту школу, я понял, что я вернулся домой. У меня такой вопрос. Существует душа, является тело человека.
Yeah. All of you, when the message, when I close my eye and open chakra, and you can try to practice to travel out to space on your personal before the end of the day. You can practice together with me during the energy transfer. You can try to practice to travel out to space. So we have 5 minutes, so we can get ready. All of you can. So in Belarus, you can have the student to ask the question in Russian, and after the chakra opening, then you can translate for us. Okay, Farhad?
Хорошо. Good, that's what I'll do. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Существуют души от 3 до 5 чакры. Они...
Я пришел в эту школу, я пришел домой.
Да, записал. Правильно. Теперь вопрос. Существуют души от 3 до 5 чакры. Они отвечают за тело человека. Могут ли эти души допускать ошибку? Или это только в материальном мире? Если они допускают ошибку, то какие последствия для этих душ? В религии существует такое понятие «падший ангел». То есть взаимосвязано ли это каким-то образом? И почему особенно в последнее время, очень много молодежи идет в сатанинские школы. Это первый вопрос. Второй вопрос. Существует такое выражение: хочешь насмешить Бога, поделись с Ним своими планами. Что такое мечты? Это планы или это что-то другое? Если это планы, то точно так же можно своими мечтами насмешить Господа. Если же это что-то другое, то есть своими мечтами, может быть, мы со временем материализовываем тот объект, о котором мечтаем. Это второй вопрос. И третий вопрос. Я уже около 20 лет занимаюсь восточными боевыми искусствами. По этому поводу последнее, чем я занимаюсь, это тайский бокс. Спорт достаточно жесткий и агрессивный. То есть не будет ли со временем мне, как универсальщику, мешать это увлечение? И что происходит с клетками, с душами клеток в момент ударов и спортивных травм? И если еще такое интересное, если все.
Yeah, rồi. Just a reminder, when the master opening chakras and transfer energy, if you wish, you can close your eyes to practice to go out to space. Now begin. it is finished. So now perhaps we can translate the question.
Dear Master Dang, I'm very happy to be in the School of Universal Energy. When I came here to the first seminar of Universal Energy, I started feeling since then that this is my home. Now, I would like to ask a few questions. My first one is about souls. We've got souls in between chakra 3 and chakra 5, which are, we could say, are responsible for the body of a person. My question is, can those souls make a mistake? Is there such a possibility? And if so, if they do make a mistake, what would be a consequence of their mistake, the consequence for those souls? In our religions, there is a concept of a fallen angel, an angel that fell. Is there a link between the concept of fallen angel and what I've asked about the souls? Could the fallen angel be a soul that made a mistake? Then another part of this question, I see that many representatives of the youth, younger generations, are joining various Satanist schools, schools that are teaching about Satan. Could you explain the reason for such a phenomenon? Second question, there is a saying that if you want to make God laugh, share your plans with him. My question is, our dreams that we have, could we say that they are similar to our plans? And if we dream, one or the other, God knows about our plans, what we want. If not, could we say that dreams is something that helps us to materialize the object we want to have, we want to reach? Thirdly, for about 20 years now, I am interested in martial arts and I'm doing this as a hobby. Lately, I got interested in Thai boxing, which is a rather aggressive kind of sport. So I would like to know, will it have any negative effect on this habit of mine? Will it, one way or the other, develop any negative sides in me that would become an obstacle for my future development as a UE student? Part of the question is also, when I'm being hit or have traumas when I practice this sport, how does that affect the souls of the cells? And this gentleman did not finish his question, so he would like to ask the finishing himself. Пожалуйста, последнюю часть не хватающую.
Почему травма спортивная, полученная в лет 20-25, дает о себе знать только в 40-50? И такой вопрос, такой полушутка. Можно ли подключиться к душе какого-нибудь тайского мастера боевых искусств, чтобы совершенствовать свое мастерство?
What he added now was, dear master, could you please comment on why a trauma that a person receives at the age of about 20 or 25 years old really starts affecting that person when he reaches about 40 or 50 years of age? And the last question, which has a portion of joke in it, was, Dear Master, would you say, would there be a possibility to connect the soul of some Thai boxing master in order to perfect my boxing skills? Thank you very much.
Now to your question, let me answer for you. In principle, you should share the time for all the countries to be able to ask. Each time when Belarus asks 3 questions, it takes more than an hour, because the number of you, each of you have asked a lot of questions, but I understand for you through this question, as I can share the information for all the people to learn that for the past few days, as you asked a good question, so that I can answer and give you the means to learn. So now, toward the end of the class, after this 3 questions from this student from Russia, before the others have a chance, that may be the end of the class. So let me give you the answer from the student in Russia. So now let me answer for you. Now, you are right, the Bible is right. As you know, there are many souls, the deity who sent us then down here to protect our body from the Shaka 3 up to Shaka 5. And there are a number of the souls who are not able to complete because they're not a high being. Therefore, they may cause some problem. Sometimes they call themselves as God, as a high being, or they cause a social disorder and cause problem to the body. That is how they violate. They violate the law of the deities. In that case, in the teaching of LUONG, you don't need to do much. You only need to pray to God, to pray to the soul of Master Đáng right here, to help this soul to return to the deities. They return back to the deities. The soul that have ability 200,000 years ago, that the deities can bring them back. And these are the souls that don't have a lot of ability. That is how I explain to you. Just like you've talked about the Bible that mentioned about the fallen angel. That is a way I want to share with you on that concept. However, there are a number of the souls from the Shaka 3 up to Shaka 5 that they never violate any laws. These are the guardians. They are always there to protect you in many situations. And there are a number of you in the teaching that you misunderstood that these are the lower soul. You try to pray to drive them away. In a way, you lose your energy because you violate. Because you do, as you know, when you pray to my soul or you call me and I help you to regain your energy, then there's no problem in that situation. I explained to you about the soul from the Shaka 3 up to Shaka 5. Now, as you know, in many countries in the world, I do not know. As I'm in America, the Americans, they have their freedom of choice, freedom of speech, and they have all the freedom. They can do anything they want. They can write anything they want. That is because of the human freedom. So a number of you who thought that they worship Satan, but is that do you know for sure that they are worshipping Satan or not? So there are a number of countries in the world who thought that these people, that they never believe in the deities, but they believe more than you. You do not know from the outward look. They may be atheists, they do not believe in the deities, but inside they believe and they pray to the deities, have faith more than anyone. Including the case of going to help or to go to fight wars, they also pray to the deities. So in the case of those who want to follow, to worship Satan, that is their freedom. We don't have any comments about that. However, as I understand, because the word Satan we thought always is bad, but we always think Satan is bad. That is a common mentality of the human. When we see the sorcerer, we fear them. But Satan here, there are many. Satan, are they helping or harming us? Normally we keep on thinking Satan is harming you. Just like many cases, you think the robber, or when you see a robber, you want to execute them. But what is the purpose when they rob? Whether it is for their own rich or for their own gain, it's different. One of the robber always take from the rich and give to the poor. Then the judge will also set them free. Another robber who rob and kill people just for his own personal interest, then he will be punished. So it is so difficult for us to know. Only they know themselves. If you're inside, then you would know what they do, whether they are the real Satan or the fake Satan. Sometimes, under disguise of worshipping Satan, but inside they do many things you do not know. It's so difficult to know. Therefore, as you say about these youth who worship Satan, perhaps not. Sometimes I tell you the truth. Under the disguise of Satan, but they are not. They have another special organization to do something else. That they don't want people to pay attention. But in fact, if Satan is causing problem or with violence, then the government for sure they'll pay attention to these people and to cause problem to these people. But if it is Satan only in their mind, that will be difficult for you to know. So on that, I don't have any comments. I do not confirm whether it is the Satan worshipper, whether they're dangerous or not. I don't have any comments about that. We have to go beyond the point of judging right or wrong. As Jesus mentioned, we have to help people with love. The good, we help them to be better. If they are bad, we help them from bad to turn to good. That is our principle as we follow the teaching of Jesus Christ and of the High Being. Now, God is always happy. So you don't have to share to him to make him laugh. Oh my God, he's always happy. You can see God wants us to have the light of joy, but we deny everything. We always pray to God, and we ask God to listen to you. You don't even share. You ask for favors, and you don't even share, and you force God to listen to you. That is the common in humankind. Very rare that God tells you and you listen. You pray to God and you ask God to listen to you. To listen to you and you pray, otherwise you give up. This is a lot, happen a lot in the human world. I know through my life, as I go in society, I have seen very rare that you can see you listen to God. You pray that you force God to listen to you. So you don't have to share anything to God. Now you just listen to the teaching of the deities, and they give you the light of joy through the teaching of the deities to bring the light of joy to you. You don't have a chance, you don't have the ability to share the joy to God. You don't even have to ask or to get the answer. So in a dream, even you have a lot of desire, you are not able to. I mentioned to you, the dream are false. When in a dream, that can lead you, help you on the spiritual path, and it's real. All of them are illusion. These are the means to test you, to see if you can understand whether you have greed or not. You listen carefully. The dream as a means to help you to see if you can distinguish between good, bad, right, wrong. So you are able to learn. They are illusion. They are not able to help you. Do not think that the dream that tomorrow you become a king, you think you'll be a king, then you would die if you think like that. It's not real. Dreams are fake. In front of you right here, they fake in front of you and you still think it's real, not to mention about the dream. This one here is made from Japan. They just put a label out here and then said made in Japan right here. But in fact, everything is made in China. All of you think that it's made from Japan. When you open up and everything else is made from China, only the outside the box. They have a label. Because I have all the experience I want to share with you. Now, as you are learning martial art, when you are injured and this have any problem to the soul or self, you are able to help them to recover. There's no problem with that. But for you, if you want to merge to the Thai master to help you to learn well, you are not able to. But you have the energy, you are able to learn faster. If you are tired, supposedly you have to use, or that you can just take 10 breaths and you are able to recover your strength. You don't even need to drinks. You have more endurance because you wish to learn Thai boxing. I tell you one of the real story. But then they lose their lifespan. I know in one country, they would not have the gold medal in the fight. I don't want to say what kind of fight. So that's one person who's level 5. That person also is influential, watching on television. That is in the Olympics 10 years ago. At that time in Olympics, it was in America. That one person, influential person, watching on TV, seeing his country is losing. So he transfer energy to his countrymen who's tired and losing to win the medal, the gold medal. There will be the honor for that country because that country did not have a gold medal. But then you know what is the problem? That person, even though at an old age, suddenly fall down, and then 7 days later he died. I could not even save. And when he presented to me, I said that you cannot do it. This is you have the ability to help all the people. It doesn't mean that you have the ability to transfer energy so that they can fight and win just to win the medal. You cannot do it. But then it's a pity that the person did not know. He wants to protect his country, to have a fame, to win the gold medal in the case of the Olympics. But when I heard about it, I shake my head. I do not want to say it. Once I hear the news that he fell and he was in the hospital in a coma, I know I cannot help. 7 days later, he died. So, as you have the energy to help people, however, if you are tired, let's say you are practicing a martial art, you can use the formula, and that means you can help yourself to recover your strength by using universal energy to help ourselves to regain our strength, so you can practice again. Because martial art is just in your art. If you have the strength and endurance, you are able to win the fight. If you don't know the technique, that would be you have the strength, the endurance. In technique, you may lose to them, but you still have your strength. I explained to you clearly. It doesn't mean that you go in and you try to merge to that person to lose and then you can win. And in doing that, you die first. You think that they lose and they come and they kick you and then you fall down and you die. It's not like you're sick. I tell you the truth. That is my opinion. I help you accept only in this case that you can. I tell you, this is real. Let's say you are a martial art master, and the people want to harm you, want you to lose. 4 of them, they block your road, and 4 of them are the masters. You are able to get out of this problem. I tell you, at that moment, you just think of the soul master Đáng. Then, even 8 of them, you are able to win. And not just 4. I do not know martial art, but my soul have the strength. And if I merge into your soul, then even those 4 will fall. Even 8 of them, they try to beat you. That is to protect you. It is not for a competition, so that you can win. You are able to do this. If you are a martial art, I can help you. If you are a martial artist, in level 18, I can help you. Now you are in level 18, so you are able to. It doesn't mean I tell you and you can try. Only when they try to harm you, the only one way to save yourself, that means that you are able to beat these people so you can save your life. That is the truth. Don't try it. Only when you are in trouble, when they try to harm you. Remember, at that moment, you don't have to remember my name Đáng. You just need to say Master. Sometimes instead of saying Master Đáng, and you say Master John, and then the enter they knock you down. Now, next question.
Dear Master Dang, Dear Master Dang, I am a Catholic, and when the believers meet, this means that they receive the Holy Ghost, then this is also a kind of fusion, of merging, of becoming one with Jesus Christ. Many mystics in the past centuries reached a fusion, a merging with God. What is the difference between that what they did and our exercise? When we travel to space and when we merge with God and with your soul. Thank you very much.
To the presentation of this student, I want to share with you. In fact, if you have your faith, complete faith, to merge with the deities, to serve people, then for sure they'll come to you very fast, very easy. In fact, my body, just like many others, just like all of you, but then my soul, I'm fortunate that the deities merge with me, so that I have the ability to merge with you, to help you, not to help me. Because the deities are the high being, they have the special ability. My soul combined with the deities, that's why they can merge with me easily. So you do not see me as a high being, and I do not want to be the high being. Me and you, we are just ordinary people. But then my soul has the ability, so I can merge with all of you through your bodies, that your soul can merge to help other people, to heal the sick, to help these people to reach wisdom and enlightenment. These are the new souls that will come to you in the future, the change of your soul right now. My point here is, in the future, the higher souls from far away, unknown, that they'll come to you when you go to level 19, in level 20, so that our bodies, as God had given to you the mission, as God had given to our body the mission, then God also sent a soul, unknown soul, to come to you to help, to serve mankind without the need of knowing the name. We only need to know humans helping humans. That is the first lesson that almost 35 years ago I learned from the deities. Only humans can help the humans in the 21st century. From the past until now, the concept of the deities, the high being, to help the human, they can. But then the deities, the high being, helping the human, does the human accept the help or not? Does the human accept for the human to merge with them or not? No. Because you're always distracted. You always do not want to forget yourself to serve people. That's why the deities do not merge with you. The deities cannot help. Only when you forget yourself, just like the teaching of Christ, to help people, then you don't even need to pray. The deities will merge with you so that you can contribute to help people. Whatever Christ taught us, you apply like that, you will be able to achieve, and you have the deity merge with you so easily. And if you want the deity to merge with you, you don't do anything. If you don't do anything, the deities do not merge into you. What for? That is how I share with you through the presentation from this student. In the past, with all of these mystics or these people who received the message from the deities through their prayer and merging, the deities merge to you to help you with wisdom, to help you with the enlightenment, so that you can meet together to discuss, together to help mankind. Then for sure you are able to achieve this. That is how I share with you, so you can know from this experience in the past and now. It would be the same if in the past and now we have the same point, meaning to serve people, forget yourself to serve others. Then for sure the Holy Spirit, then God or Christ merge with you to help you with the ability so that you can forget yourself to serve mankind, just like Jesus had taught us. Next question.
Dear Master, during the break we were discussing and I understood, or I have a question. These new souls entering our bodies, can they also be mistaken? Is it possible that they can offer problems to my life? Am I responsible? To be very clear, to be able to distinguish and to differ. And now the question is arising. There is a body, and there is a soul which comes and which goes. And then there is a supervisor who is supervising everything, the whole procedure. Who is the boss in this content? Did I understand it right, that this boss, the growing and is the growing and self-developing soul? I ask you for understanding. If I have to be the leader in this game, and how I can focus very, very clearly and precise.
Are you done, Ralph?
And then there's another short question, a technical question, how a person can deal with Alzheimer, who suffers from Alzheimer, the disease Alzheimer. Those were the two questions. Thank you.
Now, let me answer to your questions through the question before the end of the seminar, as you asked, the precious question, so you are able to learn and progress easily. Now, the new soul, as you know, they have more ability than your former souls to guide you to reach wisdom and enlightenment, to help your body so you can have the true self, so you are able to know all the issues. However, in the first 3 hours today as well as yesterday, I had taught you the new soul may cause you, provoke you to feel hot temper, that in the past you were very calm, so that you learn from being hot temper so you can get rid of it. you listen to my explanation, then, like in the past, you don't want to do the wrong things, but suddenly now you do the wrong things. The hot temper or do the wrong thing, you recognize it right away. You can correct yourself. That is the soul want you to learn, and the soul want you to recognize it. Therefore, this morning, as well as yesterday, I reminded you the new soul as it come, who ask using all the means, for your family, your friends, acquaintance, all of these people may cause problem to you. But then, in their intention, they do not want to do that. The purpose of the soul is to use these means, these people, the stranger or the family members, to provoke you, to cause you to feel happy, sadness, angry, with everything that you did not learn. This soul provokes so you learn. And the soul also help you to recognize it right away so you can clear it. You can return back to your original state of mind. That is the new soul with the ability to help you to have that wisdom, to help you, your body, to have the true self, so you are able to serve the communities in the human society. That is one aspect. That through this question, for the past 18 years of my teaching, and I had taught you in the last level 19, nobody asked this question. Who is the supervisor? All of new souls, all the former souls. Now, today I share with you because you asked, so I reveal to you. For the past few days, each time when you pray to God, and you ask, who's God? How come you don't merge with God and you merge with the soul Master Dang? How come the soul Master Dang merge with you and you can merge to others, and Master Dang do not merge to others? Well, Master Dang has the ability. That is a way that I help your soul, so you are able to evolve faster. My soul helping your soul to evolve further through the way that you are able to merge to others. Now, 1%, and in the level 19, 3%, and level 20 collectively. My soul has a responsibility for all the soul, from unknown soul, all the new soul, from the level 1 with the chakra open 30% up to level 20. I understand, I know, I'm the supervisor. I help all of your soul so you can reach a higher state of enlightenment, to help your body with the wisdom. That is the point. It doesn't mean that I'm boasting that I have. No, this is my the mission that God had given to me, to help the soul of the humans and all living creature on earth from the 20th century in the future, when I was a master. This is the first time I answer for you after my 18 years of teaching. Nobody asked this question. Nobody asked, no, I do not answer. I wait for you to ask so I can answer. That is a fact. I do not boast. I do not want to reveal. Well, what is the point? Because you ask, so that I reveal, so you understand, so you can develop on your spiritual path. Therefore, as you still remember, each time when you try to practice, you travel out to space. If you have problem in any way, when you have fear, when you have doubt, you remember, I said that you pray to the Soul Master Dang. In a split of a second, I'm right there with your soul to help you to control your fear. And you still remember that when you are about to have an accident, just think of Master Dang. Just think of my soul. Not even say Master Dang. My soul in a split of a second. The material may be totally damaged, but I can help your body and your soul to be intact. So you can continue on the journey to develop on a spiritual path to help in life. Do you remember that supposedly those points you need to remember and understand? But through this question, as you are able to help, I help all of you in this level 18 and 19, the auditors in this 8 location, including in Australia, the level 19 student right close to me. Teresa is my wife, she doesn't know that. I tell you the truth, nobody knows, because I did not reveal. Why should I reveal? I'm trained for many years that I keep in silence. I do not want to reveal this because it seems like I'm boasting. But as you ask, I say, for that reason, On the first day, when I learned from the deities, the humans who help the humans, beyond the humans, no one can help the humans. And the humans is the one with the ability that the deities had given. That is me, you, all of us. Eventually, in the future, as I'm teaching you, you have ability. You can directly pray to the deities, to the soul of God. Just like in the past, similarly that I did. My soul is not capable, so God, let me give me all the freedom of choice, whatever I want to do. So God is right close to me. Whenever I cannot do it, then the soul of God will come in to help me. That is how I share with you, to prepare for the end of the level 18 through this question. All of you in the level 18 or 19, the auditors, for sure it will be a joy for all of you, including the centers in front of me. Nobody will know. If you do not know, because you're only the level 18, many of the people who follow me up to 18 years, you do not know. Only now I reveal that they know. That is a simple question from the student in Germany that I help many of you to solve for many of you, the students who are here in person or indirectly, or many of you who are in high levels, who are auditors from all the centers, as you are here attending this level 18. One more time, I advise for you, in any situation, if you need, my soul can help you. In a split of a second, I'm there to help you. That is my mission of my soul, that the deities had given to help all of the soul of the humans and living creature on earth, until when my body is not there here, and then it is done. Then my soul will go to another body or elsewhere. That I do not have any comment at this moment. In the future, if my body, the deities still keep here for a long time, beyond time and space. So during the time I'm still on earth, during that time, my soul will help all the soul of the living creature and humans. If you need it. If you don't need it, then it is not that I say that you are forced to do it. My mission is to contribute to help all of those who need my soul. If you don't need, then it's up to you. You can decide. I do not interfere to you. So today, perhaps you are happy. After 18 years, today is the 24th. So it's 18 years and 4 days. For the first time, I reveal this point to you. I keep in silence for 18 years. I do not want to reveal that point to you because nobody asked. So after 18 years and 4 days, so I share everything to you already, so that this student can rest assured. So at any situation, when you call on my soul, I'm ready to help. Now, let me explain for you yesterday already. Today, you asked the question for those with all of the nerve on the brain has problem. If you are the student level 18, then you can practice, and you can practice to travel outer space, to practice to merge with me, to merge with other. And each day you try your best to practice 5 times or 7 times, for example, so you are able to recover. And through all your daily action, to avoid the case that beside the fact that of your diet or sleeping at any moment when you are looking at TV or any of your action with your body, always receive the light of God, aura 2 seconds, ascend 3 seconds here and there. Then your brain will regain back, and your arm and your feet, you don't have any problem. This is one of the best way that you are able to help these people with the problem with arm and feet, including those people who with Parkinson, Alzheimer. You apply the technique that I help you, you are able to recover faster. That is a way of treatment that the deities help us, so you can recover the function of your brain. Next question. We cannot hear.
Dick, you're very far away. Dr. Dick, can you hear me?
Dick, we cannot hear you.
Are you talking the correct microphone, Dick?
Can you hear me now?
Very softly.
A little better.
We don't hear you correctly, Dick.
No, we can't hear you, Dick. Can you please speak up?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Start again. Hello, Master. I greet you and I thank you that I am allowed to be here once again. My first question. Until now, it was only allowed in very special cases to send energy to chakra 6 of people. Now, we do it with every treatment, with every healing. What is the meaning of this? The second question, can you please explain more about the change in the logo of the school? Which meaning have the changes in the logo? I heard from several colleagues that they don't understand it, they don't know this. Yes? And the third question is about myself. I have a body that is very slow in learning. I have a lot of distractions. And I hope that you can help me to do it better now and in the future. Thank you, Master.
Thank you. Now, as you know, in the past, I let you practice using chakra 6 for healing. That is the purpose, so that in the future I would guide you in a higher level. That means in the level 18, that you would be able to merge with others. Why? So that your soul, you are able to merge. The chakra 6 here symbolize the soul. When it symbolizes the soul, you are treating at the root. You are helping the soul of the sick people to evolve, to help the body to regain the health. I have to train you from the level 5.1, so you're used to it. So when you go to a high level, it is your soul, you're able to merge through the chakra 6 to the whole body of that person. That is the reason that I always guide you. You use your chakra 6 from the level 5.1 and higher. Today I explain clearly for you so you understand why in the teaching of UE we always apply the chakra 6. That is a very powerful energy. That is the soul, your true self. That is how I explain to you on that point. Now, the change of the logo, as you see, the logo, you can see how come they have the circle and the square in the antenna. It is a square base, and then the circle that is linked to the nerve cell of the brain. Like the scientists have the research about the cell of the human body. Always we have the positive and the negative. So the circle and the square symbolize the yin and yang. The yin and yang is like in the human world. Just like the logo that you can see, the dragon and the phoenix, it symbolizes man and woman that can create all the human species to live on earth. And with our logo, it symbolizes from the east, that from the east, from the west to the east, and east back to west. In fact, it doesn't mean that it belongs only to the east. Just like yesterday I mentioned to you, the smartest people from 200 to 500,000 years ago, it was from the West, the European, and then later on they migrate to Asia. The Asian often thought that the Eastern, they research about astrology and all the other, they have the ability, but in fact, the Western people, these are the smartest people in the beginning, and later on that was migrate to Asia. That is the research from archaeologists. that discovered from 200 to 500,000 years ago. So mankind ancestors starting from many regions. It's not that in 200 to 500,000 years ago that is ancestor. Mankind ancestor appeared 3 billion years ago. Your level of intelligence equal or maybe a little less than the people in Atlantis. And the people in Atlantis, that was also linked to the West, to Europe. But not for the whole Europe. If 200,000 years ago, all of the European and Asia, America, Australia, all of them they have, then by now Earth we would be very happy. But that was in the past, we don't want to repeat. But now, to this question, I want to explain for you so you know. The logo symbolizes the yin and yang, meaning this earth, the heaven and earth. The yin and yang principle. In the harmony, we have everything. Only know those 2 points. It doesn't mean that linked to one country or another, but this symbolizes East, West, the ancient and the present. So we have the chance to learn, to progress by the energy and the means that you have been learning and continue to learn. So you are able to achieve, to have wisdom and enlightenment, to contribute to help mankind. That is the reason that the logo that symbolizes that you have seen. Now I advise for you, let's say you are a slow learner. Now you can, if you want to learn faster, it's so easy. You can learn anything, even a language or anything. Whether you learn directly or indirectly, all of your lesson that you need to learn, I show you. Before you learn, you practice the 5 minutes to travel out to space. After 5 minutes, you transfer energy to the book that you learn for 30 seconds. Then you give yourself half an hour to learn. Just leave everything aside just to learn. Each day you just learn for half an hour. If you don't have time, just 20 minutes, for example. Then you would do well. You will learn fast. This way, you are able to learn by using universal energy through your body, to help your body with intelligence to learn fast, to help yourself and others. On this, for the teaching UE, I'm afraid that you don't want to learn. I'm just afraid that you don't know how to apply universal energy. If you want to use universal energy, then your learning would achieve faster and more effective. That is my opinion. I share with you. Starting tomorrow, you can apply and do it. So you are able to learn faster. So you have the opportunity to progress, to help people. Next question.
Hello, Master Dang and Teresa. I have several questions from a student. And the first question is, there are many quick changes in the world going on, disasters, differences between cultures that are increasing. How long will this go on? The second question is, if we become sick while we are following the higher levels, does it mean that the main soul of our body and the smaller souls of the cells want to learn the experience of this disease? Yes. And regarding the practice to travel into space, can this also happen spontaneously without a practice? And during the first part of the practice, we have to do the 10 respirations. I already lose all sensations when I'm doing that. And I think that maybe I'm not doing the practice very well. Is that correct? Last question. The treatment for addiction, drug addiction. Can we also use this for people who are addicted to gambling or shopping or eating and possession? Okay. Thank you, Master.
Now, as you know, through this question from this student, as you understand that the scientists around the world have sent warnings that Earth, due to the global warming, with the disasters, earthquake, tsunami, all of these cases would happen to Earth, depending on the country and the region. That is the warnings from the scientists all over the world in the recent years, and since last year and also this year. So there's not much we can do. However, with everything we learn through the experiment from the time when you learn in the lower levels, when you travel by ship, by car, by plane, each time when there are strong turbulence that may cause problem, or storm when you are in a ship or on the aircraft with very strong turbulence that may cause some difficulties, all you did is you pray and you transfer energy, and you can bring safety and reduce this problem to help yourself. On that, it would be so difficult for other people, but to you in a lower level, you were able to do it. That is through your learning a step at a time, that you are able to apply to achieve the beginning result that ordinary people cannot do it. You learn EWE in the lower levels, you are able to do it. That is to prepare for you. The deities have prepared for all of us so that you can do greater tasks, meaning this problem that you had asked about disasters, tsunami, earthquake, for example. Earthquake, tsunami, as you know, you merge, you practice, you can transform into energy, your body and your soul, combining with the energy to travel outer space to come to this location to help with the difficulties to this region afflicted by these disasters, by the tsunami. You are able to help. This is not for ourselves, but the deities have given the mission to us, so you can come there to help. That is my explanation for you. Now in high level, when you are sick, through this, let me analyze for you clearly so you can learn and you may experiment. I give you a formula. When you are sick, for example, you can experiment for 3 days. You can eat just the same to see if the problem is improving or not. From a principle, if you eat with a regular diet, if you eat every day the same, with the food, the drinks, you divide 3 portions for 3 days. You eat to see in that 3 days, to see if you can improve your immune strength or not, or the problem get worse or improved. However, in that 3 days, each day you practice the technique. On the first day, you practice for 2 days. On the second day, you practice 3 times. And on the third day, you practice 4 times, meaning practicing outer space. You try to practice. And you see in that 3 days, on which day your immune strength is the most powerful. To see if the condition improve or not. Let's say you have high blood pressure. You measure your blood pressure. You eat the same way every day. And today you just practice 2 times. you measure your blood pressure. Tomorrow you practice 3 times, you measure your blood pressure. And the following days you practice 4 times and you measure the blood pressure. And then you can compare the results. If you can improve your immune strength to stabilize, then you follow that whether you practice more or less. If you are lazy, for example, let's say your body after 3 days and you measure after you practice 3 times and it is moderate after 3 times, then you can just practice 3 times if you see that is the optimal. However, in your mentality, most of you in the past until now, you are so used to the illusion, meaning using medication. Without medication, you are afraid. So because of your fear that you have to take the medication. So if you want to research, don't take the medication, just practice alone to measure, to see the result. But your psychology, you are so afraid of getting sick, even though you learn to heal people, but you are afraid of getting sick. That is, I want to explain for you to practice in 3 days, to measure your immune strength through your practice, through the way that you receive the light of God's aura and sending here and there to measure result in your body. So a step at a time. If you have that real ability, using universal energy appropriately and practice correctly, then you have the immune strength to improve, that you don't have to worry about being sick. Do not follow the irregular diet. Just when you experiment, you have to eat regularly every day the same to see the measure the result. And afterwards, if you see the optimal when you practice, then each day you try to practice accordingly in order to help yourself so you can help others. That is my explanation for you in the case of getting sick. However, sometimes when you don't have sickness, when you are sick, then you are able to understand for those who are sick. But that is only the means. It's significant means for you to practice. The practice here is through sickness. As you understand, as you ask and I explain for you, through your practice to measure the result. When you apply universal energy, when you know how to use the light of God's aura to see, to measure the side effect, to see how it affects on your body and your soul, measure the result, then you continue on your journey to practice. That is my opinion I give you. Now, suddenly if the soul is going out, when you open your eyes, the soul doesn't leave the body. When you close your eyes, when you have to practice, it doesn't mean that it can just exit the body. When you open your eyes, for sure the soul cannot go out. No one, including Master Dan, cannot do it. However, as you know, I can meditate anytime. Perhaps the deities love me. When I'm talking and teaching you right here, at that time I'm in a meditative state. Nobody knows. Nobody knows that I'm in meditation. Perhaps God loves me, love my body as I practice. So at any moment I can meditate. It doesn't mean that I have distraction. When I'm teaching, I have distraction. No, I can still meditate. That is one of my special ability. And now, you have to remember, when you sit, for example, or you are lying down, when you are prepared to take the 10 breaths in order to practice to travel out of space, because that is your wish. You receive the light of God's aura. Inhale to the nose, exhale, inhale, exhale. Only 8 breaths and you are gone, not even 10 breaths. Sometimes only 6 breaths and you are gone. Teresa right here, only 6 breaths, she's gone. I'm waiting for her to talk to me. I look when I look over, she's gone. Even I want to talk to her, she's gone. Because she's gone. So no matter how I move, sometimes when I move the blanket, she would wake up. It would be just like she's still. I can still hear that she's snoring. I give you an example. Now I let you practice with the breathing, but later on, when all these things happen, if you want to merge with other, if you do the 10 breaths and you pray to God, pray to the soul of Master Dan, by the time you do that, by the time you practice, then all of these people die already. In 5 minutes, they all died already. Therefore, several times I teach you, I want you to be able to walk firmly. You learn to practice, to apply, so that you are used to it. When you wish to travel out of space, you just close your eye and you are out. It doesn't mean that you have to wait to practice in order to go out. That is the deity who taught me. So now I tell you the truth. I open the chakra, I merge. I just close my eyes, I said begin. Then I merge with you and I'm gone. And if I want you to be just like me in the future, you don't have to pray. You just think. Think and then you are there. Think and then you are gone. If you just have to pray and 5 minutes, 3 minutes later, only in 30 seconds, a lot of people would die already, not even 5 minutes. Eventually, the formula in the future, as I practice for the past 2 weeks, Master Dang right here tell you, the body of Master Dang, I have taught you from level 16, 18 for many years. The formula I know, but the change to the technique of level 20, and I'm still confused. I'm still confused. But I apply it effectively. That is very special. It is very special about the new technique for the level 20. I'm still confused for 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, then I would be able to understand it, the technique, the principle, that during that 2 weeks when I practiced, I've seen the result effectively. All of those, the sick people, perhaps the deities help me to apply. Many of these people with severe problems, they call on me. I have never known these people. Level 5, level 7, level 10, level 11, 12, and 13 students, level 17, 18, 19, they all call me, and they're all at the critical stage of sickness. I do not understand how come that person, the person, tell the person take a brain scan, seeing the blood clot, tell him to take a surgery, and he called me and asked me whether they have the surgery, had brain surgery or not. I tell to do that. If the doctor tell you to just do it, he's afraid of a head injury. He said, I try to help, I transfer energy to help. If he can recover, but I tell him one thing, that I would try to transfer energy to help you. And if you feel better, then you can tell the doctor not to follow through with the surgery. If you feel better, then don't do. I just transfer energy for 1 day, and next day he go to the hospital. Doctor, and I ask. The doctor asks, you have no pain. Then tell the doctor not to follow through with the surgery. He tried to deceive me. The doctor turned to surgery and said, if the doctor tell you to surgery and go through, when you see the doctor do not know. And he said, today feel better without the surgery. There's no pain and nothing in the head. Then without the surgery, then each day just call me. There are many cases, not just one case. The strangest thing is when I learned the new lesson, suddenly many of the strange people call me. And the strange patient call me, then you are very fortunate. That's why I want to change the phone, because at 10 o'clock over here, I switch off the phone, and at 8 o'clock and turn on the phone. So I can rest for 10 hours at night. And that's not all. And then my home phone, they know and they call me. And Teresa phone call only when they are in danger, they call. So that's why I'm awake. I switch off this phone and that phone is on. And that phone is switched, and my home phone, that they know and they call me. And rarely they call. But when they call, that means that they're almost dying. That's why they call emergency. That's called. Even if I'm sleepy, I have to stay up to have 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, they call me. So that is the way I want to help you. I hope in the future, I will teach you the new formula. You try to practice the technique of level 18 and then 19 in the future. And then 20, I do not know how to teach in level 20. When you want to meditate, when you want to transform your body to travel out to space, to merge to help another person, that is a technique in level 20 I'll teach you. I'll teach the level 19 student, not for you. So you can walk slowly, you will come to that class. Hopefully you'll be able to achieve like that, then you can establish a social order in the world. Every country you have peace. I see the condition from now to the end of the year, there's no war. They have a lot of threat. My point here is the major war. that the major war that might cause a global war, doesn't happen. There's no major catastrophe, not earthquake or tsunami, only in a very small scale. The war may happen, but only in a small scale. Testing, okay. Now let me explain for you. In the case of drug addiction, there is a top priority that you can help. These are your family members. Use this body so you can practice. Use the body when you treat, and also you use this body so you merge to these people. That is 100% drug addiction. You can merge, or AIDS people. Do help these people to merge to this. Let's say, for example, you know 3% with AIDS, with AIDS, drug addiction, and cancer. Each day you merge to 1%, and you could keep on rotating A, B, and C, and then back to A, B, and C. And that is a top priority that you need to help. And in the case of gambling, the formula in UE, I don't know if you really understand. When you are in level 13 plus and higher, when you go to the gambling casino, you don't have to pray or do anything. If you want gambling, you will end up in a toilet for diarrhea attack. Before you walk into the casino, you have a diarrhea attack. When you walk out of the casino, then it stops. When you walk into the door, then you have to go to the toilet and have a diarrhea attack. Then you cannot gamble. That's all. With the condition that for others, you cannot help them. You have another way. Don't give them money. Don't give them the credit card, then they cannot gamble. There's no other way. It's so difficult. That is my opinion I share with you. Because this, I don't have the ability, and I don't want to help those people, because it's so difficult to help those people. In case of gambling, you cannot. That is my answer for you clearly. And for those who are eating, and if they gain weight, then they stop eating, I don't know what to do. My God, for people who really eat, because they have the freedom of choice, I tell you the truth. Because I also like eating, because I don't want to. That is God gift, so you cannot force them. In shopping, that is the woman problem. You can, my God, you'd rather, sometimes they'd rather leave the husband, they cannot stop shopping. You have to let them have a shopping and then give them the freedom. So, my God, you cannot do that for sure. On that, I don't dare to stop, because you asked me to help. So instead of a week go shopping 2 times a week, go shopping 7 days. If you really like to eat, you try to force them to stop. So instead of they eat 3 meals, you try to see then a day they eat 6 meals. So, my God. For those, you have to understand, for them, you cannot do anything. I tell you cannot, don't help in that case. You help less, they do less, and you try to help more, they will go, whether you help and you don't help, they still go shopping, because they have to go shopping. God give them the gift to go shopping. So you cannot force them not to, God give them the gift to eat, so you cannot do anything. My God. This student asked this question. I understand that you are from India. You come here to learn. So, one question.
Dear Master, I would like on behalf of all Iranians to thank you, allowing us to share this precious time with you and with our other European friends. And also I would like to thank Dr. Dick, Ralph, Farhad, and Sabine for their lovely translations, and hear from THEO. Thank you, Master, for allowing us to join you, and we hope that we'll be able to practice all your teachings the way you like and to become your real students. And hopefully you would pray for us to join those 85%. Thank you very much. And we will continue with 2 questions with the student.
The first student. Dear Master, a level 18 student has been diagnosed with breast cancer. For the past 8 years, she has been using level 13 techniques, and now she does not go for chemotherapy, ultrasound. The cancer has not expanded. What would you recommend this person to do? Please guide her. Thank you. And the second question, a level 18 student who is also a dentist, works in a rural area. She has survived a horrible accident, and with the help of your soul, she was safe. She feels lots of heavy souls in that area. And ever since, she has been experiencing rise in heartbeat and extreme fear. She needs your guidance and your help in this matter. Would you please assist her? Thank you.
Now let me explain for you. Let's say for the past 8 or 10 years that you have the case of breast cancer, and that you are not have to follow chemotherapy, and you are improving, you are able to help easily. I advise for you, each day you transfer energy to treat 1 time. So transfer energy to the afflicted breast 9 times. And each time when you try to practice, you travel out to space, you transfer energy to the organs, and you try your best to find someone, anyone, to pray to my soul to merge with that person. Why? So that always my soul merges with you 3 times when you are merging. That is to enhance your immune strength. Even though you pray for my soul to merge with you 3 times, so that your soul can merge to another one. So before that person benefit, you the one who benefit first, so that I can help to enhance your strength. Just like in my case, when I want to merge with you, before I want to merge with you, I'm merging with the deities. Then I merge with you. That is my immune system. The deity helped me a lot. So you are the same, just like me, because you are linked to me as you are able to help the other. That is my opinion. I help you. So hopefully this time, after you complete the level 18, this student, you are able to regain your health in the recovering from the breast cancer. And this dentist, advice to this dentist, I also congratulate you that you overcome the accident. I give you my opinion. In the region where you are, where you live or where you work, if you sense the negative energy, especially in the local area where you live, you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds and send 3 seconds to the local area where you think that there are many wandering souls that may cause discomfort to you. Each day you receive the light of God's aura 2 seconds, send 3 seconds. Each day you transfer energy like that 9 times each day. Then you are able to help liberate all of the wandering souls, to clean the air in that region, and you will feel regain your peace. Not just to help yourself, you also help those people who live in that region. The most important part is to help this wandering soul to return to the light. The blessing, the deities, God will give to you, to help you with your health, to help you with your happiness, to help those people around you with peace. On that, the reward God gives to you. That is a special case. So now the class is finished through all your questions. Now you all get ready. So I give you a few moments to get ready. So this time you practice. You can practice to travel out of space with me. After the practice, to travel out of space, then the class will be finished. So now all of you just get ready.
I would like to make a short announcement. I will do it after the meditation. I had a little mistake. We will do it after the meditation, so Masha doesn't have to wait.
So now begin. Now it is finished.
Okay, bye-bye.
So please hang around for a couple more minutes while I prepare the email. Sorry for being late. Hold on.